It's showtime. Giving my dashboard a quick kick. Be on the safe side this time. In the hopes that giving it a quick restart will make it behave a little bit nicer out the gate. We'll see. Alright, so, for those of you that weren't here last time, our whole shtick here is we're a PMC, private military company, trying to do jobs for all of these groups that you see here on this stock exchange. Plus or minus this one, that's the monsters that invaded our dimension. They have some neat stuff, but I'm still not actively choosing to help them. So I'm not really that interested in what they got to offer. They have gained some new stuff, as have a few of the ones I had previously ignored. So we might be changing our allegiances a little bit. Not that we really had any allegiances to begin with as mercenaries, but that's neither here nor there. As you can see up there, this company still has only succeeded 5 times. We have had a significant string of failures off camera. Leading to... I'm just going to click this one for a second so I can show you that this... Isabella is still the only operator to have survived more than a mission or 2. Everyone else has died either on the mission they get sent on or the mission immediately following it. Isabella has survived 3 missions. She accounts for 3 out of our 5 successes for this entire company. And I still don't know how, if I'm honest. Like, she has regularly pulled off miracles, and I don't understand. But I had my eyes on this defense mission for ANCOM. 1, because I've never done a defense mission before, so it might be interesting. And 2, I'll take you back over to the stock exchange to explain that part of it. ANCOM has fighter backpacks, which we don't have any of, and I would like to get some because our backpack space has been a consistent issue. But they've also got an item chip, a mind chip, and a class chip. They all do exactly what they say on the tin. They get you another item unlocked of that type, like another set of DNA to clone, another class to make any of those clones into, or the ability to make an item. Which the item making I have been more active with since I got up this morning than I think the entire time I've been playing this, leading to me actually having supplies on hand for a change because I was being kind of lazy. Because when we weren't having this long string of failures, we were actually gaining supplies every time. Now that I'm on this tear of losing, we kind of need the supplies being crafted. Thankfully, you get an emergency box that has, like, shirt, pants, basic pistol, and some stuff every time a character dies. So you're not, like, at a total loss when characters die, but it just isn't enough, if I'm honest, in a lot of the situations we've been running into lately. Like, I'd love to make use of things like the rifles or the heavy pistol, but we just can't get a hold of any ammo for it. So I'm hoping that one of these people that I'll be doing a job for here soon will actually give me a production chip for that ammo. Or will find production chips for that ammo. One of the 2. Now, I picked Marika Wolfnod here. 1, because she has the highest straight accuracy of any character we have at 70%. And she has an additional fast slot at all times. We've been having a hell of a time finding any mag vests for us to get additional fast slots with. So at the very least, we A, have an extra inventory space constantly, and B, have a quick access slot for me to actually remember to use items from. Because Lord knows I've forgotten to use items a lot. My other highly likely candidate for, at the very least, the non-melee character, since Isabella's got melee pretty well locked in at this point until she dies, is probably Victoria Boudica. Because she has the second highest accuracy and she has that +2 to weapon range. I'm not 100% sure how much weapon range matters in this game, considering I've been shooting past weapons ranges and they've been okay, just the accuracy drops, I think. Which, as you might imagine, has definitely led to some of the awkward moments we've had where I fire like 18 times and don't hit anything. Percy was doing good for us because he's really durable and has a really high starvation limit and the flat all resist bonus. But being durable only gets you so far. We weren't able to actually keep up with the influx of enemies, so he always would die out. I'm pretty sure we'll replace Isabella with Kenzie when Isabella invariably dies. Because we got Kenzie after Isabella had already hit the point that she's at, and I didn't want to retrain a melee character yet. They've got a similar starvation limit, which is unfortunate. She's got higher pain threshold, but I'm mostly interested in the weight affects dodge going down by 75%. That should mean that she'll natively have a significantly better chance of dodging. Because I very frequently forget to stop picking up things once weight starts getting high. The thing that's been keeping Isabella alive, I think, is the fact that she ignores infections. I'm pretty sure that's the entire reason she is still among the living. Because most of the Percy clones died to infections. Just giving you all the quick rundown of the history of this company and the history of all of the corpses I've left behind. We have had people go out with such good equipment, only to die to random explosions, getting set on fire, me misclicking and they step to the wrong spot and getting their arm blown off. The other night when I was playing a bit, I had one of the Marika copies lost her arm and one leg and still almost stumbled her way to victory. She was like 2 steps away from the elevator to extract from that mission successfully when an enemy I didn't realize was still there shot her. I thought I'd cleared the room out. Turns out I missed one. It was a very unfortunate and ignoble death. Since this is a defense mission and I don't know how those work, I'm going to go ahead and send Isabella. Loaded it up as I usually have her, which is probably going to be exactly this. Oh yeah, we picked up this Razor Vibroblade off screen, I believe. I want to say that was the last mission I sent Isabella on, which was an off-camera mission. She did sustain some pretty gnarly injuries on that one, but I think she's currently fine. I don't know if injuries carry over. Considering she still has her other arm, I think they don't, because I'm pretty sure that was another mission where somebody lost a limb. Because when you got all those people running around with those saw guns, limb loss happens a lot. Wait, she's got all her food down here, so she doesn't need as many of those. Her starvation limit is pretty low, but I'm anticipating we won't run through 9 of these before we find some other food. And while she ignores infections, the healing properties of these items are still useful. Which also means she shouldn't even be carrying antibiotics if she ignores infections. They actually would then have no benefit for her. Which explains why she was accumulating them and I never seemed like I needed them. I didn't realize she had that ignore infection thing till I think that last mission I was talking about, actually. And as you can see, I've also organized the inventory a fair bit more. Look at the collection of useless knives we have. Because I keep not sending people out with knives because they don't do a ton of damage. I really should be using them more because they're not bad. But a lot of the people I've been sending out recently have been bad at melee. So that's why I've not been doing that. I still should send them with it, regardless of whether they're good at it or not, just because there's been many a times when we've ended up in a bad spot because we ran out of bullets. But I never said that I was a genius. But let's see how this goes. This might be the death of Isabella we witness here today. It is necessary to take up defense and hold out long enough for the attackers to understand that this time they will not succeed. Of course, we should not expect our opponents will be ANCOM SBs. Such tasks are solved by PMCs. No accompanying chaos should worry us. We have one mission: to keep Discovery RG owned by Daydream Chems when the dust settles and the smoke clears. Are we going to be defending this place alone? So I wouldn't be surprised if I have to defend this place alone. And is this going to be like a wave thing, or am I just walking room to room as normal, killing people? Because I'm up for either, really. It's looking like it's going to be a room-to-room deal. Like, I gotta clear all of the hostiles. So the hostiles are roaming around. That much we figured out. Just a standard worker boy. He's got a friend. Sup? You missed me. Ow, that's a saw. Why is the gun... Wait. Oh. Oh, that's a bad start. Remember how I said those saws are real bad about ripping limbs off? Yeah, we already lost an arm, and this fight has literally only just started. So fun fact, I think we've lost already. Because that's a lot of enemies, some of which very powerful, and all we've got is one arm with a pistol in it. Because we ain't gonna be able to pick up that sword quick enough. Hey there, Katharina. Thank you for dropping in. Hopefully work's going well for you. I'm doing fine so far. Plus or minus the sudden limb loss over here. That's a little awkward, but we'll figure it out. Nice. Go ahead and pop a regen. Now, the problem with the limb loss is our max health also dropped a lot. And Isabella already didn't have a lot of max health. So this is problematic at best. We're going to be relying mostly on her capacity to dodge to stay alive in this fight. Certainly going to be an awkward one. Step back. At least we didn't lose a leg, because legs usually cause you to lose turns. And losing turns in this game basically means you're a dead man walking. Down and down. Okay. We've got things under control. Because that was the worst of them. At least that we're here. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, you know, that's unfortunate too, having people shoot lasers at me. Knock it off. But yeah, the unfortunate thing is I now basically have to choose between melee and ranged, because I can't have one in each hand anymore. And it seems like, as you might imagine, losing an arm has also hurt our accuracy extensively, which is a problem. Is our accuracy with the pistols down to 38%, which is tragic. And you might be thinking, well, maybe you should just bail out if it's going this badly. Thanks to the fact that this is a private military company and their focus is on profit, we're not allowed to extract unless we have something of value to extract with. which we currently don't, aside from our life. And unfortunately, this company doesn't value our life. So that's not an option. So I've got to face off against the entire force they've sent here with one arm from the get-go in this fight. That is so bad. What do you got? You've got a laser gun. And you've got a pistol. Okay. Can I bait you into coming through the doorway? I can. Come on, sucker, conga. Come on, sucker, conga. Do 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 do. I need to leave. There's a lot of them. I don't think there's a way I'm gonna be able to maneuver to stab more of them. Problem is, our accuracy is terrible. It did land a hit. Okay, take a risk on switching weapons. Shank. Okay. Thankfully, we have good armor. I don't really know how, with the armor we have, she didn't manage to keep her arm, but that's neither here nor there. We've made quite a pile here. Use our shuttle for cover, come around to the other side to go after this lonely boy over here, who thankfully is a terrible shot, mostly. You'll notice this vibroblade is just cutting right through to them. They really aren't avoiding it very well. So we've got that going for us. Go ahead and drink another one of our blood bags. Ordinarily, we'd have to worry about this stat over here going up every time we drink these, but this is another mission that doesn't involve that, so it's fine. I can just drink them like they're going out of style. Which gives me a lot of free reign to maneuver. His health regen goes a long way in this game. He had to waste his time opening the door, so we can get at his friend. And you'll notice they're coming in here with good armor jackets, too. So if I can get through this alive, we'll actually be able to outfit any future characters we have for quite a while with actual armor. And that's been a frequent problem with a lot of our fresh characters, have been they get sent out with no armor, so they get obliterated. Because at this stage of the game, it seems like they're just sending heavy equipment everywhere. Which is understandable, really. We have proven ourselves capable, so they need to do something about us. Now to sift through this giant pile right quick and grab what's valuable. I haven't seen any of these laser pistols yet, so I do want one. The blaster is better, though. But I already have one, so I'm gonna just unload that and leave that. Oh, if this wasn't a shotgun pistol, I'd be all about a repeating pistol. I'm just not... Like, I've come around on shotguns in this game a bit because of the fact that the shotguns in this game have saved my life on numerous occasions. But I would then have no use for all this 9mm ammo I'm carrying. Because again, we can't put more than one weapon on this character right now because she's missing an arm. And I'm really hoping we get that other arm back when we get back to base, but I don't know how that works, and I'm very concerned about that. And can I say, I'm extremely thankful neither our mag vest nor our backpack got tore during that. Because for those that don't know, those can tear in this game, and items start falling out when you move because of that. And it gets very frustrating. As you turn around and realize half your inventory is strewn about on the floor behind you. And then you have to spend more valuable turns picking your crap up. And it's an issue. Yep, that's where the remains of our arm is. I think I looked at all those already, yeah. Short-term memory is just not on my side right now, so just bear with me as I double-check multiple bodies. And now we got lots of laser ammo, so that's helpful. The laser is more accurate than the pistol by a bit, and it's got less scatter. And it does, obviously, significantly more damage. The only concern is it does have a 2-turn reload, and it only gets 4 shots. So it's not ideal, but it might be enough to save us in a pinch. And we may as well eat their food and drink their stuff rather than using ours. But we'll still need to use some of ours. So I want to stay in top shape. And it reduces the weight we're carrying, which will keep our dodge rate up. Yeah, I had a feeling they were sneaking up on me. It got too quiet again. Damn it. I should have waited. I shouldn't have stepped to him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ah, well. It's unfortunate that we lost Isabel, our only trained operator, but death is an inevitability in this game. And sadly, with the death of Isabel, as you can see, they are now wiped back down to base stats. Because they're dead. And unfortunately, that also means everything they were carrying, gone. Even though it was sitting right next to a shuttle, doesn't matter. Gone. It is tragic. But such is the nature of things. That's just how this game goes. Oh, that's actually a point, though, is Kenzie will do less default melee damage. But be more accurate with both melee and ranged. It's probably fine, though. Yeah, we still only have the 3 classes, so I'm probably going to just make Kenzie an Eclipse Blade just like Isabel was. And now we, of course, get the emergency case to replace the base gear for someone. I just gotta remember that they are now going to be vulnerable to infections. So they can very, very easily just drop dead. If I'm not careful. I keep hitting the wrong one. There we go. I just want to send them with a couple of them. Because if they get more than 3 infections, they're probably not going to live anyway. I just want to make that clear. Because as you saw with what happened to Isabella, death comes very quickly sometimes. And there's really not a lot you can do about it. I have no ammo for the stationary turret, or I would bring the turret. So I presume that it's probably fully loaded initially, but I don't know if I have to reload it myself or if it just has its own ammo supply. I would assume it has an ammo limit, considering it has an ammo type. I've not actually used one yet, though, so I could easily be wrong about that. I could send you with the Taiga loaded with buckshot, but then I'm also going to be out of shotguns completely if this goes wrong. And it's highly likely to go wrong. The Hydra pistol is also just generally good enough. I have an idea. It's probably a bad idea, but it's an idea. I'm going to give her 1 full load of bursting rounds to start the fight. Bursting rounds set things on fire when they're fired. Now, there's a catch to that. It can also set a lot of the territory on fire by accident. It's not as bad in pistols as it is like in SMGs and shotguns, but it's a concern. My hope is that I can set the tiles near the enemy on fire and, you know, keep the population down that way a bit. My biggest concern is we're not sending her out with armor. But I can fix that because I have another rookie that has armor that doesn't need it right now. Give me your armor. Take a shirt. Like, her default dodge is probably gonna be good enough to keep her mostly out of trouble, but I'd rather have the armor be there to prevent the worst of the main body wounds should the dodge fail. Actually, no, that appears to be a male. I mean, I guess Kenzie can be a male name. There's nothing wrong with that. Either way. Considering the odds of them becoming a corpse, I will worry about that if they've managed to live long enough. Then again, women can also be bald, so... it doesn't matter. So now that we know that they just start showing up, it might be worth our while to, like, hang out down here, initially. Give us a position of advantage initially in the fight. Because we'll see them come in. But I also don't know how long it'll take for them to get here. Because they got here very quickly last time. Oh, I hear them. Knock, knock. Which door did they come in through, though? There's also supplies to grab. Oh, there's one. Scientist. Perfect. Perfect. I was hoping to save the bursting rounds by not firing, and lo and behold, it worked out. I really wish I had some grenades I could have brought, because this would have been a great spot for one. You've got a gland, you've got a flash, and you've got a saw gun. You need to die. You, sir, need to go. Like, immediately. Or your friend will get caught in the crossfire and die first. I'm fine with that. That door now can't close, by the way, since there's a corpse in it. Same with that one. So we'll have line of sight out these doors constantly. We're out of bursting rounds, but they did their job. They took out the initial foray. This is already going better, but I also wasn't caught off guard by them this time. And, you know, managing to have both arms tends to be a big game changer. Go ahead and start looting the bodies a little bit. Ideally, Kenzie wants to close into melee to use their melee accuracy, but right now, the situation's unstable enough. I don't really want to be trying to close the gap with anybody without understanding the situation I'm walking myself into. I am going to pocket one of these Starlock repeaters, though, because I've never seen it before. At the very least, till I see something more interesting pop up. And snag a glory jacket as a spare as well. The thing is, it doesn't seem like it matters if they get here. I just need to keep them from taking the base. Survive 107 turns. So technically, I don't even have to kill anybody. If I could find a way to, like, box myself in somewhere they can't get to, theoretically we could win without fighting. It's not gonna happen, but it'd be a very funny way to go about doing that. But now that the worst of the charge is dealt with, I probably want to be on the move. This way they don't know where I will be. You know, they'll hear the gunfire going off. Ow. Oh wow, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was. I really expected to see, like, damage across multiple limbs for that much health damage loss. Go ahead and heal that. They missed. We're okay. Oh, that's a blaster. That's why that hurts so much. We do have a glory helmet, though. I'd love to get that. Got him. Okay. Worst problem is dealt with. You're closing to melee, aren't you? Yes, you are, because you've got a machete. And you've got a pistol of some kind. Yeah, you've got a Starlock, so you're going to want to take another step forward and shoot. Kill you first. Dealt with. I can throw the knife. Eat. Well, that didn't work. This is why I don't usually throw weapons, because I can never remember their throwing range, and I make silly decisions sometimes. Take care of that infection before that gets out of hand. Because that burn is apparently no longer tended, even though I just took care of that a moment ago. That still keeps getting me. Sometimes a tended wound stops being stabilized, and it doesn't give you a warning about that. At least not a warning I've ever understood, which is probably as much on me as it is the game. The important part is we're still alive. Do let me know if I'm going too fast on thoughts here as well. Because I know I'm just kind of zooming. If people need me to reiterate something or explain what I'm talking about, by all means. I fully understand that I can just zoom along and ramble at times. It may not make any sense at all. Yeah, now it's infected. Joy. So I think I took one step too many. Okay, good. That still fixes an actual infected wound as well, it seems. I'm just gonna have to, like, keep checking on that every other turn or something to make sure it doesn't get too bad. I do want this in place of the knife, though. It does more damage. I can't throw it, but it also means I won't get myself in trouble misclicking, thinking I'll walk to an enemy and attack them, and ending up chucking my melee weapon across the room. Totally not saying that from experience with multiple axe throws gone wrong in this game or anything. Some of which that were on stream, so people could attest to that if they remember that happening. As I have to go running screaming towards the enemies because I have to get my weapon back to do anything. Those were the days. Can't say they were the good old days, but they were the days. They were the days where I nearly died. I don't like that. I don't like seeing that over there. That's a lot of bad. How many more turns do I have? 49. We're already halfway done. We just need to not die. And they're being stupid right now, so I don't have to worry super much about it. But I probably need to get back to the ship when the fight timer goes off. Because that's how extraction usually works in this game, is you need to get back to the elevator, and there hasn't been an elevator on this stage. So it would make the most sense for it to then be based on going to the ship. But as you can see, they're all very mortal just like we are. So we can cut through them even with just a basic pistol. As long as you can hit what you're aiming at. And we are leaving quite the mess behind. Oh, you've got a nail gun. You need to go down. So the fact that reflexes just leveled there tells me a lot of those would have hit otherwise. Thank you for missing the wall there. Just go ahead and reload. There's no point in not. Ooh, you cheeky bastard. They tried to throw a grenade, but it went real bad. That's why you saw something blow up back there. They threw it, it rebounded, and went back to their own people. Okay. So far, this is going better than expected, and I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm also trying to make sure I, A, keep ammo on my person, and B, keep getting more gear in case this just auto ends when the time runs out. Which I presume isn't gonna be the case. But I don't want to assume things, since I've not done this mission type before. And this game is very rarely kind to the player. It's usually all about, haha, you died. So far, though, this is going to be very profitable. 14 more turns. Okay. And I think that explosion took out a few of them. Wish I had a bigger backpack. That's another thing I'm checking all the bodies for, is looking for backpacks. Because there's always a chance somebody will have a backpack or a mag vest or something. So I think with the guys they're sending on this mission, it's not that likely. Our pistol's also getting ready to break, which is an issue. Because we have been soaking through its durability. I also forgot to put a helmet on. Off the bodies. There we go. That'll help. Better shoes, better helmet. Be nice if I could... Wait. Okay, that is a nail gun. I saw a guy with gasoline and I'm like, there was a flamethrower. Yep, there's the flamethrower. Oh, that could have been bad if I hadn't dealt with that accidentally quickly. So I was just firing away, getting rid of everybody I could see, and lo and behold, there was a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, it's worth noting that just like they can take your limbs off, you have decent odds of actually, like, knocking weapons out of their hands by shooting their hands off and things like that. You can't really, like, choose to do that particularly, but you might get lucky. That's what I was afraid of. Is he gonna be smart enough to stay there? Sure is. Okay, let's take the long way there and hope he's not smart enough to realize I'm coming around. Well, he's smart enough to realize, but not quick enough. Gotcha. Like, that very nearly was disaster. If he had actually accurately hit any of that, we would have probably died. But thankfully, most of the guys they hand those nail guns to just aren't that great a shot. So those usually aren't that scary, but it's the volume of fire that starts to get a bit spooky with those. Ooh. Now I got a choice to make. Because we are almost out of turn time here, so we should be able to get out of here soon. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to unload and ditch our nearly destroyed pistol. Swap on the flash pistol. Actually, no. Swap on the blaster so I can load ammo into the blaster. So we can cart more of the energy ammo home with us. I know it may not always be the most interesting thing watching me do inventory juggle, but it's necessary for this game. I kind of want the Starlock, but I also should really be bringing home armor for my people. Because if I bring back more armor, new characters have a better chance of actually surviving to get to a more useful position. Yeah. It's like, I've got a shotgun at home. And again, shotguns aren't my priority, even though they are proving to be very useful in this game. Ah, so I do need to kill everybody. Okay, so this blaster's actually going to do a real good job for us anyway, then. His blasters are real strong. Like, it's gonna burn a lot of the energy ammo I wanted to bring home, but it's better to burn the ammo and succeed than to try to save it and die. And it's just nice to have the hunted become the hunter now and then. Because you notice this blaster's just chewing through them. You look at them funny with it and they fall over. Which is a nice change from the way this had been going, but we are chewing through our energy ammo, which is going to make this blaster useless. That's when we bring it back if I do burn through all of it. Microchips are nice, but I haven't found anything that need them yet, so I'm not going to bother taking that. Just gonna do a double check sweep while I wait for the last guys to show up. There's what, like 2? 1. There's just one guy hanging out somewhere. Specifically double checking the scientists to make sure I'm not missing any of the energy rounds. But I think a bunch of the scientists have weapons like this, just the standard Hydra pistols. I think the one whose flash pistol I'm holding was the one that was over in the right-hand doorway there. They're only dropping armor kits, too. No gun repair kits. I assume the last one's hanging out down here. No? Huh. Are they following me around while I'm trying to find them? Is that the whole thing? Are we just in a stupid ring around the rosy situation? There's gotta be one idiot hanging out somewhere. I swear, if they're hiding somewhere just trying to starve me to death, I'll be very annoyed. Nope, there they are. They've also just got a knife. That said, we died to somebody who just had a knife before. So we'll let them walk into us, and then we win. Okay, that's what I figured, is now we have the extraction option. Yeah, this was the scientist I grabbed that from. Okay. Is there any kind of inventory juggle I can make to jam more things in? And the answer is yes. We can make food quite easily. I'm gonna ditch that in favor of grabbing at least one more piece of armor. And now we'll get out of here. We did a mission, though. We finally have another successful mission. Yeah, there's gonna be more work for us. Wow! That's actually very convenient. They gave me 2 full sets of battery ammo. That's actually really generous of them. Considering that's exactly what I would have wanted. Well, not entirely. There was something else I would have wanted out of that, but... wrong one. I'm just super pleased to have almost a full set of armor and 2 extra vests for the future. That's gonna help a lot. Does mean I need to move these up so I can fit my new supplies, though. And I don't think you're gonna be keeping that blaster. Your accuracy with it was doing okay, but your priority is gonna be melee, so I don't really want you toting around a heavy damage ranged weapon. That's not your priority. Especially not one that we don't have expendable ammunition for. I'd rather take that and then provide that to one of the higher ranged accuracy people so that they don't waste any of the ammo. Though I say it's expendable and our 9mm supply is actually starting to dry up a bit, but it's okay. There is only a 4 cap damage difference between the silent pistol and the hydras. We also get an infinite supply of hydras, so it doesn't matter. And these don't have a double tap option, whereas these do. The only advantage they have is they do have a silencer, which technically would be better for a melee character to have a gun with a silencer on it, but I've never seen that pan out well. So I'm just not going to trust that. We do need to give you more food. As you can see, we're making a bunch of medical supplies right now, so as soon as the ship takes off to find more missions for us, we won't have to worry about that. The only unfortunate thing is Daydream paid us 3 items. None of those were the mind chip I was hoping to get. But it was also only an 8% drop, so not shocking that we didn't get that. All things considered, getting 2 hits of battery ammunition was actually quite lucky. Also wouldn't have said no to a free electromagnetic pistol either, but... you know. If we had gotten one of those, that's what I would have given to Kenzie. Because it's not an ammo-using pistol, it just consumes durability. More people are taking keen interests in places, so espionage missions are cropping up. These are popping up because I've subscribed to the feeds for these companies, because these are the ones I'm interested in working for specifically, because they reward things I want. I had Core Words subscribed trying to get the mind chip from them, but I removed them because the only things I wanted were the bursting rounds and the mind chips. It just didn't seem worth it to me. This one, I wouldn't mind getting the ammo, the axes, but I would specifically want the fighter backpacks from them. Because they, I think, had the best odds of fighter backpacks. Yeah, because the only other one I think is that one with 19. They're currently pissed at me because of missions I did for other people against them. And I kept failing the missions for them. Theoretically, I should be doing jobs for SBN, just for gear's sake right now, because they offer a lot of very good equipment. But they're also like the big corporation, and I always feel a little sketch working for the big boy, because they go around picking on everybody else, which is great for profit, but usually leads to a lot less options for work. And nobody wants to only have like one option for jobs. That just won't help anybody make money. Now, the biggest problem we have right now is, since we are on Mercury right now, getting anywhere else is going to take forever. Because I did a time test traveling around. It takes a few days just for this thing to get from Earth to the moon. Now, that's not unrealistic, but in terms of a sci-fi world, you generally expect faster space travel than that. Like, it just tells me that my ship is slow. And it makes me sad that my ship is slow. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a hop from Mercury to Venus just to get back toward the rest of the job areas. And I could go further in one go, but I can't stop once I start traveling. So what I'm going to do is hop here so that all of the crafting we're doing finishes and some missions will change. And then I'll queue up more crafting and then see what our missions look like. If the missions available aren't appealing, I will just change them. I will change things again by just flying to another planet and let the crafting finish. Which, on the note of us getting low on ammo, I do want to see how much ammo this makes per craft anyway. Wrong one. It goes there. It doesn't auto-sort any of this, so it's all just me manually sorting for my sanity's sake. And even then, my sorting's not great. So I just don't have enough boxes to split it all the way I want to. I would like to have a 9mm box, a shotgun box, a heavy gun box, an energy box, melee box, armor box. That way I can just click to each one and grab what I need and go. But that I also know that that starts turning into way too many different boxes. I do want to make some med kits out of the amount of these that we've made. Doesn't seem like it consumes them immediately either. Wait, no, it did consume... Didn't? I'm not sure. I am now confused and concerned. It's fine, it's fine. We'll have them balance that out, and then we'll worry about getting the splints and bandages taken care of after this crafting finishes out. Let's see, we got espionage for civil resistance, don't want to do that. Tex Clan, no. Planet Bridge. They might be the ones that have the... That might be the production license for making 797 ammo. That's the only reason I'm even considering this. And it is just an elimination mission. Eliminations have usually worked out fine for us. Keyword being usually. And I don't know this, but I suspect that the power of the company you're going up against is what determines how bad your enemies are. Because I've noticed any missions I've gone on, like directly against Texaclan or against SBN, have almost always ended in sadness. Because they are, like, the highest ranking companies. That and RealWare. But I haven't really gone up against real wearer yet, I don't think. Oh, no, I must have, because they hate me. I must have done something to piss them off. Actually, no, I think I did. I think I did seek out specifically a job against realware, but I think it was early on. You can also get an idea what the kind of things they're doing are with their status. Like, they're stuck on the defensive right now because people have been fucking them up. Yeah, Venus is also the main hub of where all of the Quasimorphs came in from, I believe. The aggressor here is realware, but the one we'll be working for would be Sunlight. In this case, because it's a defense job. So the only mission on this planet that matters is this one, because this is the only one that won't expire by the time we get there. Nothing there will last. And there will last. Oh, just means we make a hop forward to Earth now. Let all aircrafting finish. I have concerns that it just said 9mm bullets times 3. But it might be 3 orders, it might also just be it made 3 bullets, and I'm just going to never bother picking up gunpowder again. It made 3 bullets, so I'm never bothering to pick up gunpowder ever again. Because I don't think I'll ever be so desperate that I need them to make me 5 bullets or 10 bullets. I need more than that. Oh, that's just sad. That's just sad. It also doesn't seem like making this consumed these. Let's do it again. Okay, no, it does consume them, just might have consumed them from somewhere else and I didn't know I had them? I'm gonna be honest, I'm confused. In the end, it doesn't matter. We have more medkits, and that's the important thing. Because medkits deal with pain and give you instant health. And instant health, as you might imagine, can save your life sometimes. It's good to have. We can get more of these made, and it's fine. Now, what's going on in the system now? More defense missions, SBN's attacking Sunlight. Which means Sunlight must have succeeded in defending this base from the last one, because they were being attacked in the same spot right before we got here. Sabotage for Grasshopper. That's the only job they've got going. The odds of getting that class chip from them, though, aren't great. And the rest of what they offer is not that great either. Grenades would be nice, but the rest of it doesn't much matter. We can make the rest of it. The thing, if it ends up being, there's also a chance that the class chip we get from Grasshopper Tech might be the same class chip we already have, too. So I think I was fighting Grasshopper when I found the Tifton's elite chip. I don't know how the drop on those works. Got better odds of getting the Sunlight Coven chip. The problem is the rest of what Sunlight Coven offers isn't great for us either. I wouldn't mind getting a Huntsman rifle or some batteries, but if we get the gasoline or the morphine, I'll just be sad. And I don't really want to do another defense mission right now because that got sketchy. Especially since it's a defense against SBN, the biggest boy on the field. I feel like that would just be asking for trouble. I could attack Grasshopper for Daydream. But we just worked for Daydream, and the only thing I really need from them is the mind chip. I want to do a job for Ancom. Ideally. He's like, anything they give me, I would be happy with. Problem is, what planet is this espionage job against Daydream? Because that's the one thing it doesn't tell me. What planets those jobs are on. Yeah, it's all the way over here on Deimos. There's no way we'd get there in time. We'd be 10 days late for the job. There's just no way that's happening. We are currently on Earth, where there's nothing happening. I believe there's things we can do at some of these stations, like we can peacefully visit these places, but I don't know how any of that works. Which, actually, you know what? Let's do one of those. Let's peacefully visit somewhere. I've never bothered to do this, and it might actually help us. Just gonna send an unarmed man down there to figure out how those work. Sure, you can be a Tifton Elite. The thing is, they will be stuck as that now, but that's fine. I assume there's gonna be, like, vendors or something here. Because people, when I streamed this last, said you could buy and sell things. Ah, since we conduct illegal activities, trade transactions between corporations and participants in the Dignitas market aren't available to us. But given our influence on the solar system, corporations are ready to barter with us. Different stations require different goods. As soon as we bring them in and load them into the station warehouse, the station owners will be happy to exchange them for some of our own items. The course is certainly extortionate, but it's worth it. Okay, so I need to bring them things that are on their list. Okay. So I think this is actually useless to us right now, without actually looking at what their list is. So let's go ahead and pull out. Does that count toward our finished missions? No. Okay. I wanted to see if I could comedically pad our score by just, like, running in and out. Because that would have been very funny. Of course you want mind chips and class chips. I don't have either. But it makes sense that the training center would want those. Yeah, I don't have anything anybody wants, at least not in quantities I'd be willing to give it up. I assume what they mean when they say their own items would be items from this, since it says reward or exchange. So we could try selling some batteries here and see if we get something good. If my mouse would stop drifting away the second I let go of it. The thing is, I don't know if they require all of the items or if you can just give them one of them and you get something. Considering they referred to it as extortionate, I would hazard to say I need to bring them everything they're looking for in order to get a reward. So let's not bother with that. Let's instead hop here, see if anything changes, and go from there. It won't get the... It won't get the med kits done, but the other ones will finish. And I know I'm kind of wasting time flying around not doing missions, which is giving all of the companies time to get stronger than we are, which is going to be an issue. But I also don't want to risk unnecessarily dying for missions that aren't really going to pay us anything worth it. Because I know these characters are designed to be expendable, but there's only so expendable you can be and turn a profit. Like, I was being foolish before and throwing gear and characters away left and right, doing stupid things. And that's how we ended up in the position we're in right now. So I'd really rather not continue that trend. You've got a... No, that's the same espionage. That's the same espionage. Same defense. Same sabotage. You guys really just aren't doing much. You're just sitting around. Wasting everyone's time. Why you gotta have, like, one mission each, huh? Why? Like, at this rate, I may as well do, like, the Texiclan job here or something. Even though I hate that idea. To travel any further out's gonna take forever. Like, it takes 12 days to get over to Mars, and of course, Phobos and Deimos are Mars's moons. Which, on that note, it might actually be worth us going to Mars, because that gives us 3 places near each other. Because our other option would be to stay here on Earth and go between Earth and the Moon, or go down on here to Mercury and Venus in the hopes of reaching Mars a little quicker from there. This way we have a decent hub of activity, and a lot of things seem to be happening down here again now. I came back over this way because it dried up over here. And of course, now that we're not there, it all kicks off again. I already have my crafting queued up, right? Yeah. Time-wise, it's going to be very wasteful on the crafting, but there's nothing I can do about that. There's no shorter hop I can make between here and there.
Roger. Block. You are going for the orbit.
TWR cutoff. Confirm TWR cutoff.
Roger. In.
Okay, so we've got French Co. against Planet Bridge espionage. The church we are not going to be working for. Because not only are they a church, but they also kind of just offer a array of garbage. Like, I have no need for the alcohols, even though they do reduce quasimorphosis and infection. Just not something I want because intoxication ends badly. Their weaponry's okay, but the odds of getting any of it is terrible. They're more likely to just give me goddamn cigarettes. Which, again, good for quasimorphosis, but not something I'm so worried about to be carrying it around all the time. I've been doing a lot of jobs in places where quasimorphosis isn't an issue. So, not really something I'm focused on. Planet Bridge at least would offer me decent odds on something I might actually use. Even though they don't like me. So Planet Bridge isn't the one that's for. I'm going the other way around. Thing I want most out of their set is just the fighter backpack, though. The odds of us getting it... Well, that is the highest odds, so... It's espionage. I have yet to succeed in an espionage mission. Every time I send somebody on one of those, they die. But every time I send people on most missions, they die. So you know what? It doesn't matter. Espionage involves a lot of moving, so we'll go ahead and send you on this one. I've got them kitted out with a shotgun full of slug rounds and a tactical pistol at the moment, and I think I'm going to keep that. I'm just going to kit them out with another set of basic supplies just to make sure that they have medical on hand. Because they are, again, not immune to infections. They're going to need a bit more food than 4 for this, because it's probably going to last a while. That should be good enough on that. Go ahead and gear them up for war. Give them their best chance of surviving I can. Do I want to give them one of the energy weapons? The only reason I'm even considering this is the last area I went to an espionage mission on was full of heavily armed and armored troopers. But they were also guarding a prison. We were trying to sneak in there. So it makes sense that it would be heavy force there. This is... Oh, we're still in a prototype. That's probably gonna be a bit guarded too. It is just a refueling and repair spaceport though, so it shouldn't be crazy. We'll go with what I've got. We'll find out. Power on Dock Bay has an unusual signature. 99% chance that this is the desired French Comte PS prototype. We'll drop you off as close to your target as possible, break through the security, take the device, and come back. If you decide to look for something unusual in Caron Dock Bay, make sure it's worth the risk. This could end in tears. It's definitely going to end in blood one way or the other. Just a question of whether it'll end in blood and tears. I feel like this is the same map we were just on. Nah, it just started very similarly. Okay. I hate it here already. Place is full of goddamn dead ends. Everywhere I turn, dead end. Dead end. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, and a robot. Yeep. What do you have? Electromagnetic gun. Bad. Thank you for shooting the floor. I like it when you don't shoot me. What did I just say about shooting me? I liked that finger. It was the middle one. I frequently pointed it at you. Now everybody's all stirred up and mad. Ow. Fuck you. Oh! You know what armor's not good for? Flamethrowers. This is how a lot of missions go, by the way. Just in case anybody was wondering. A lot of missions end right at the beginning for me. Is I start out the mission and walk right into something like a flamethrower or just a saw gun that rips my arm off like you saw in the defense mission earlier. Or somebody hits a barrel I didn't spot and I explode. So there went all that armor I just picked up. This is why I've not been bothering to pick it up a lot of the time. It ends in tears. Fine, Kenzie. Let's see if you can succeed again. We have an emergency case, but we don't need it right now. If that robot hadn't taken so many hits, I think we would have still been okay, because I would have been able to deal with that flamethrower before they got close enough to use it. But I also didn't even realize that flamethrower was there. I'll be honest on that one. Didn't process that till too late. I should have checked the weapons. That one's on me. And that's the power of having an actual dodge chance. All of that just whiffed past us. Fletchette rounds, I'm not worried about picking up. If they were dragon rounds, I would have taken them. His dragon rounds are pretty uncommon for me still. Whereas Fletchette rounds we can make. Not that they'd be worth making, because we need a lot of gunpowder for that. You get the idea. Thank you for the electromagnetic gun. The advantage to the electromagnetic gun is its static damage. Reasonably accurate, and it doesn't need to be reloaded. And thanks to us having actual accuracy, unlike the robot, we can actually hit what we're aiming at with it. Brass shotgun's worth thinking about grabbing, but we don't need it right now. We're actually reasonably kitted out. I'm so used to sending people in with, like, next to nothing, so grabbing anything and everything in front of us is usually worth it. What do you got? You got a shotgun. So I'm not gonna try to walk the tile to close the gap with you, is what that means. Because that's just asking to die. Or at the very best case, get thrown back a step when I step towards them and wash, rinse, repeat till I'm annoyed. This is why I hate espionage jobs, because I almost always seem to get dumped in at the deep end on these jobs. So what do you got? You got a pipe, so you're not a huge threat. You've got a shotgun, so I hate you. And you've got a pipe. They love to give the ARs pipes and electromagnetic guns, I've noticed. That's the two things they trust the robots with. We can just kind of let these guys walk in on us, and they'll just get bodied. I don't need any of that. Okay, this is already worth it, potentially. Spaceborne Ghosts. I've never seen that one. It's a hell of a way to greet somebody. Your friend got shot for it. Nice, double. You know, I watched that bullet miss completely and then they got hit. I have questions, but by the same token, I'll take it. I'll grant you deliverance from this mortal coil. Does that count? There you go. You have been delivered. What happened to you? They must have been hit by a stray bullet and were bleeding out or something. Because I didn't touch them. They just fell over. And nobody shot them in the back that I saw. I kind of love it when that happens just because it's so absurd. You just look over and it's like, wait, how are they dead? What happened? What happened here? What happened? Yeah, I'm eating all your snacks. What are you gonna do about it? Get shot, that's what you're gonna do. I'm running out of electromagnetic shots, which is slightly sad. What I should do is pocket it right before it runs out of shots and hold on to it till we get a gun repair. But I don't actually know if electromagnetic guns can be repaired. I've never actually kept one long enough. Usually the people holding them die. You might have noticed a trend with that. Just a hint there. I'm in a mood today, in case people haven't figured that out, so bear with me as I ramble extra hard today. Knock it off. I suppose going on a nonsensical mental journey like that is actually going to be a good thing for a job like this anyway. Especially over a game like this. Considering there is both a lot and not happening on screen a lot of the time with this. The axe could technically be an upgrade. It does more damage, but we don't have multi-hit with it. The axe worked out well for Isabella up until she lost her arm. Nom 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 nom. Stab him and eat his snacks. Forget what the Eye of Koro does. But I don't know why it's here. Oh, right. This explores a level for me. Boop. That will help actually a lot. Come on. Nothing bad's gonna happen, except that. I would assume they consider getting stabbed a bad thing. But I don't know their life story. Maybe they're into that. Auto dock with no power. Scanner with just nothing active on it. So very helpful. If you're using a lot of morphine, having that naloxone with you is actually very, very important because that stops you from getting addicted to the morphine. And I think you might actually be able to get addicted to things like the alcohol as well. But I don't know because I've never actually used it in this game. I refused. Much like I tend to refuse alcohol in life, I tend to refuse alcohol in games too, because it tends to end the same way, poorly. I have the wrong weapon out. Die. Oh, and if you feel the need to, you can click these parts on dead bodies to chop them up. For characters that are Eclipse Blades like this one, human meat can actually be useful. Power Boots. Oh. They're very good against physical. They're very bad against everything else. I think I'm going to keep my Impactor armor, but I will bring those for someone else to wear. Quad damage is another drink. Ooh, there we go. And you'll notice reload duration down. I believe if you put your bullets in the mag vest, then the weapons reload faster that are associated with that ammo. So if we put our bullets there, for example, this gun should then reload in one turn. It's also just helpful to free up an inventory space. A lot of the time I use it for items like the med kits and such that I need to hit without thinking about it. Because if I end up not having those in sight, I frequently forget that I have healing items and get myself in bad situations. Also, you can end up punching holes out to space, but for some reason, nothing bad happens from that. Like that's always been a weird one to me. We're fighting on planets that have no atmosphere, and we punch through the outer wall of the base, but nothing, you know, we don't get sucked out into space. It doesn't depressurize, nobody just suffocates or anything. It's kind of confusing. Like, I have to assume they've got, like, an automated thing to prevent such things from happening. Impactor armor is pretty nice. I'm gonna hang on to that. So, as I demonstrated, there's decent odds, no matter how much armor you have, of just getting cooked. That's what Impactor stuff is kind of for. So, actually, it might be worth my while to put that on. It's not going to help against bullets as much. No, I think that split's better. Protect our chest from bullets and things, and protect the rest of us from fire. It's probably a better split. Oh, right. I have to actually click it down there. That's what makes it reload fast. Because you notice it reloaded instantly. Because this already has a low reload duration. So it basically was immediate. You missed me. Rude. Die. He thought he could punch me. Like, how rude is that? I just walk up to say hi and he punches me in the nose. I mean, sure, I cut his head off, but, you know, it was after he punched me. It's only fair at that point. Alright, glory boots as well. I shouldn't have opened this door. I really shouldn't have opened that door. Just gonna close that for a second. Hi. You shouldn't have opened that door either. Like, melee is just stupidly effective in this game, and it makes me laugh all the time. Just how stupidly effective it is. This is what I wanted. Verticals increase your max health by 5. They also count towards the cannibalism mechanic for these characters. So it helps boost that perk up higher. And on these stages where there's no Quasimorphosis to worry about, the negative for them doesn't matter. So it's best to just munch them down and move on. Just try not to think about what they are. You're the one with the shotgun. Yes, you are. You have a machete. That's what I was hoping for. It's very frequently if you shoot past one enemy towards another, you'll hit both of them. So it's usually better to just accept that you're gonna have some shots not make it to your farther target in exchange for also hitting their friend. And even if you aim at the closer one, sometimes it'll work itself out that way anyway. But I prefer to be on the safe side. Now, I don't know what this does. It says it explodes, which is kind of weird, but I've never thrown a heart to find out what it does. And I don't intend to start now. But just wanted to note that that's something on its listing for some reason. I should not have approached you. You have a choppa. You're just thankfully oblivious, so I managed to get away with it. Now, you might think, oh, I now have to remember where all these things are. No, as soon as you interact with a scanner, your minimap permanently has all the information that was on the scanner. So we now know that there's, like, corpses over there. We don't know what the items that we haven't seen are, we just know where they are now. But anything we've already seen, we know what is. But that, we already know what that is just from having seen it. Another furnicle. I technically should be saving some of those for the people that have even lower starting health than Kenzie. But Kenzie's also melee, so Kenzie kind of needs the health. I didn't think... I should have considered that a research place and a spaceport would have had a decent amount of supplies like that just kicking around. Because, you know, people come in injured all the time, so you would have to have some medical supplies on hand for them. Not really sure why there's been furnicles. But I guess they do have to fight the Quasimorphs just like anybody else does. And I'm assuming the furnicles come from them, because I've disassembled Quasimorph corpses before and found them. Oh, we kind of fucked up the auto dock a bit, so that's a problem. But it'll be fine, probably. Maybe. Confidence levels dropping. The rate I'm going, I'm needing all the bullets I can get. This is already going far better than the first attempt did, so I'm happy for that to begin with. Like, Eclipse Blades just seem to be my winning choice. Every time I send an Eclipse Blade out, it works out. I send anybody else out, it goes badly. Rude. Oh, they got us in the stomach. I hate it when people hit me in the stomach in this game. Because now eating is bad. It's a fracture, so I need splint for it. So how do you fracture your stomach? Shouldn't that be like a puncture or something, not a fracture? I have questions. Questions I'm not going to get the answers to, but I still have questions. But of course, the second I start saying positive things, I get sloppy and I get stabbed. Infection's still going wild because of the fact that it's a stomach wound. Stomach wounds are just bad. Thankfully, we have fancy space medical supplies, so we don't have to worry about it killing us particularly. At least not yet. Alright, some extra bullets at this rate. Hi, all your friends are dead, and now so are you. Was that a bad thing to tell him? Probably. Has he come to terms with it by now? Probably as well. Oh well. Okay, the wound's gone. I was gonna use the auto dock to make sure it was gone, but it's already sorted itself out. There's an armorer's box, but I'm looking for a gun maker's box. That said, I will take that. Because worst case, we can bring that to the one place where we saw that they wanted one of each. And see how that works out for us. Hopefully nobody's too uncomfortable with the constant heartbeat noises. I don't like it either. But it's kind of fading into the back of my mind at this point. With how often it comes up with this game. But I do want to note that. Because it was kind of an unfortunate sound effect choice on their part. There we go, I got a full electromagnetic pistol again. Well, not quite full, but it should last till we find a gun repair. Yikes! Nail gun, huh? Okay. Die. Oh, look at you! You got another electromagnetic gun. Don't waste the shots in that. What did I just say about wasting those shots? I'm over there to take it from you. Bad robot. I honestly think I'm gonna ditch the extra handgun bullets, ditch the Hydra, and take the other Enigma. Because we have plenty of Hydra guns. And now I basically have an equivalent in ammunition, but less wiggle room as far as the damage goes. I don't have to worry about it ending up, like, rolling low or anything, as long as it hits. Which, it missing is still, unfortunately, always an option. Well, so much for that auto dock. Seems to still be functional, but it's definitely having a hard time. Stun him, kill you. Finish him. Sometimes I gotta stop and actually think my move through. If I did that more often, we probably would have more characters still alive. But at the same time, it's more interesting if I go wild and let things happen how they happen. To a point, anyway. Eventually, it's probably going to be a lot less interesting watching me just die and die and die and die. So no, I certainly get tired of dying and dying and dying and dying. That's what encouraged me to stop when we were playing this last. Missed me. Ooh, that was a chainsaw. I'm glad I got rid of him before he got an attack off. I still have not been hit by those chainsaws, and I don't want to be. Because I have to imagine that they are very, very good at knocking limbs off. And as it turns out, I'm kind of attached to those. They're kind of important. Crazy idea. Those aren't exploding ammo. Those are expanding ammo. I got excited for a second when I saw EXP. I'm like, "Rrr?" And then realization. Still, those will probably be good because they have got good crit chance. So they're at least more valuable bullets than usual. It's always nice to play a game like this that I can play with just the mouse, so I can make sure to finish this tea before it gets too cold. While still making sure you guys get to see something. You missed me. Yeah, that was a Starlock. Okay. Gunsmith box. Ooh. I now have a quandary. We've got plenty of extra chest armor suits at the moment still, comparatively. Let's go ahead and eat this Mr. Meat, even though it's not efficient. Starlock, a Ledger. How'd that Starlock end up on the ground? I mean, I guess the same way the Crash ended up there. They just left it in here for one reason or another. And I once again have the realization that I probably should be speeding through these floors and going to the bottom quicker. But you never know what you'll find on your way down. And I would like to try to, like, get as much loot as possible. Hi. This is your death calling. Good. Nail gun. Shelf I almost broke just had glass on it, so I wouldn't even have felt bad. Though more often than not, it seems like the items on these things will drop if you destroy the shelf they're on. That probably, like, damages them, or some of them might not make it, I don't know. I don't know for sure on that one. Another heart. I don't think eating a heart helps me at all. Otherwise, I would just crunch it down, like, this way I'll gain their power. Nom nom nom. Sadly, I don't think that works that way. What it's probably going to boil down to is I won't use the gun repair box until I have almost broke both the Enigmas. Because, fun fact, if you bring an item that's almost destroyed out of a mission with you, it gets repaired. Because presumably, like, they have stations on the ship to repair things, so they just fix it when you get there. So if you want to save your resources, that's another good idea. Oh, we're already on floor 2. Was this the elevator we came in on? Am I being stupid? I might be. So if this is the elevator we came in on, why was so much of the area around it unexplored? see if there's like a different part of floor 1 or something that this brings us to. No, we were here. Okay. I must have just looped myself around in such a way that I confused myself. I did, however, just hear something in the house, so give me one quick second to check on that. I'll be right back. Everything's fine. Just one of the local animals, I think, wandering around out there making a ruckus. And I had one of the windows in the other room open, so it sounded louder than normal. We get deer through the yard a lot and things like that, so probably was something like that. There we go. There's floor 3. Ooh, chemtrail ammo. If I had a poison pistol, I'd be interested, but I still haven't actually used one of those. Because I looked at the stats on it the one time I saw one, and I was not impressed, but I would assume that the poison damage makes it worth it. If you can stick around your target long enough to actually take advantage of the poison. Or, more sensibly, hit your target and get away and let them drop dead from the poison somewhere quietly. Oh, hi there. You thought you were smart. And now you're dead. I'm gonna eat your food. You've got an axe, and you've got a pipe. Okay, neither of you are instant threats, then. But you are gonna come at me together, and that's a problem. For you.
The potential earnings can be huge.
Leave it to a manager to say that. Here, manage this. Well then. Hello, upgrade. Here's hoping you don't lose the arm that's holding that like Isabella did. That was the only thing that stopped her. Oh, good God, there's so many people in here. And now there's so many corpses. I feel like I should not have gotten away with that, but the majority of them were trainees, and I guess they were not very quick to react. My God. Why are there so many on this floor? This must be where the item is, somewhere on this floor. There's no way. There's no way there's this many guards without it being here. Ow. My leg. That's a severe wound. I don't have anything especially great for severe wounds, so I'm just gonna have to bandage it and hope for the best. Save the antibiotic for the moment. So I didn't want to use it and have him shoot me and make it worse. Every time you open a body's inventory, by the way, that takes a turn. Before I realized that there was just a hotkey for skipping turns, that's what I used to do, is I would just open inventories over and over again to make enemies move. Eat that. Because if you're at full food, you also regenerate health. So that's why I'm just sitting here eating everybody's inventories. But you know, I could just eat pieces of them too. No, that is a fracture. It wasn't listing as a fracture, but there. We'll fix it that way then and see if that works. There's glass there, but I can skip turns just by clicking on the glass. Jesus. This wound just won't quit. We might want to use that auto dock before I use all of my damn medical supplies on this injury. Of course, the moment I go to use the auto dock, because I'm tired of dealing with it, it finally sorts itself out. You can always tell comedic timing. Crash 17. And here's a question for everybody. What's everybody's experience and thoughts on roguelikes and things of that nature to begin with? Because I find myself drawn to them, but I also find myself frequently, very quickly repelled from a lot of them. Not necessarily because of the difficulty. The difficulty is part of it, for sure, because it does get frustrating. But I find that they focus a lot on narrowing your options rather than giving you a wide variety to work with, barring a handful of exceptions, of course. A lot of them are very focused experiences. And focused experiences tend not to be my thing. I prefer things that give me a wide variety to work with, even if a lot of it ends up being bad choices. I'd rather have more choices and bad choices than no choices. Ooh. Unlocked production item impactor. That's an armor production chip? Well, shit. That would be a game changer to get home with. Finally being able to manufacture even not ideal armor would be better than no armor at all. You're certainly right that it's the final struggle. For you. Yeah, like, things like Caves of Cud, I find people love, but I just can't stay in with it because you have a fair amount of builds available, but most of them just, I don't find very interesting. The only interesting thing that happens in that game is how much weird nonsense occurs around you. And that is a system I find fascinating. Things like Caves of Cud and Dwarf Fortress and things like that that have very dynamic surroundings for you. And do a lot of storytelling just by things happened in your vicinity and you happen to be aware of it happening. So, what is with this clown car nonsense that's been happening in these last few rooms? I feel like I'm walking into monster closets, even though it's just people. Close that door. Shank your friend. Shank your friend's friend. Knock out the robot. Works for me. Thank you for shooting your friend. Yeah, I figured the gunner was gonna back away from me the second I stepped towards him. That's okay. They did the two-step with their friend and... Yep. Figured they were gonna try to sneak around after their friend stepped into me. Joke's on you, I went around. That's the one thing I really do enjoy with games like this, is when I can predict what my opponents are gonna do and actually take advantage of that. That's always fun, because I do enjoy thinking just in general. Like, I spend a lot of my time doing more extensive thinking than just what am I going to do today. I like working through problems logically and things like that, and these give me plenty of opportunities to do so. So that's an interesting facet to these kind of games. But there's only so many ways and so many times you can turn the same problems over and over before you start to get tired of it. Again, that's at least how it ends up being for me. But I'm interested to hear everybody else's thoughts on that. If people even have any significant thoughts regarding this genre. Or anything I brought up there, really. I like hearing people's thoughts. Even if I end up predicting a lot of them, I've come to find, I like to hear it voiced anyway. Like, I've definitely been accused of being a mind reader before, but that's neither here nor there. There's nothing I can really make. So this is another thing to note, is all that random crap you see laying around can actually be turned into useful things. It just relies on you finding a workbench, and that's why I don't bother picking that stuff up that often. Because I frequently run into situations where I just don't find a workbench. And I acknowledge that I might be jumping from thought to thought a little quickly again, but there's no rush on people answering any of those thoughts. That's just, I'm putting these into the general pool of consciousness, and if people take it and run with it, great. If not, that's also fine. Our helmet's seen better days, but I feel like we're approaching the end of this mission, so I'm not going to repair it yet, unless it starts to really break. Because I don't think its stats degrade until it actually breaks. I can also get a Brigand production ship. This place has been incredibly helpful. As much as I like these Sang bee bags, I'm gonna trade them for the production ship. That's probably a bad trade, and I'm gonna regret that, but the medical kits do instant healing. I'm running out of places to look, though. I must have overlooked the item somewhere. I mean, it would probably help if I knew what the prototype I'm looking for looked like. Because, you know, I would have figured it would have been, like, in a lab or something. But it was just being transferred through a spaceport, so it probably wouldn't actually be in typical surroundings. It wouldn't be a prototype heart. That'd be weird. Not impossible, but weird. Like, I would figure it would have been in one of these heavily guarded sections back this way, and I might have just overlooked it. So there's just chemtrail ammo there. That's not a prototype. Any number of these jokers could have been carrying the stupid thing, too. Bear with me while I go back through everything, trying to find this stupid item. Ooh, missed these. Actually, stupid. Scanner. There's a container there, and I don't remember what was in it. It's also a container by itself. But as you can see, we've been in every room on this floor. But there might be another floor, because there is 2 elevators here. That's probably the thing, is we're probably just not even where we need to be yet. God damn it. That's another thing that comes up sometimes with this game, is some of these missions can be a little bit long. Like, some of that's probably how I'm moving and choosing to do things. Might end up being a problem, but... I just keep thinking that after 3 floors it'd be done, but apparently this one's 4. Yeah, there's a fresh impactor helmet, so we'll just trade that. Oh, that's right. We went up here immediately, looked at this, and then walked away from it. I remember now. There's like a land and a Hydra 24. The better version of the Hydra 24. Dragon volley rounds. God damn. I really would love to bring this with me. And honestly, giving up one of the electromagnetic pistols isn't the worst thing, but by the same token, what's actually the advantage to this version of the Hydra? It seems statistically very, very similar. I think it has slightly higher accuracy? And you know what? I'm not gonna bother. Without more confirmation of what the difference is, I'm not gonna trade. Because these electromagnetic guns have been serving me very well on this mission. Hello? Closet full of people again. What are we dealing with here? You've got a Crash 17 shotgun. You've got a knife. You've got an electromagnetic gun. And you've got a club. Okay, so what we do then is we sneak around, deal with Mr. Roboto, steal his gun. Nah, missed me. Block this door. Oh, you got a good hit. Ooh, unfortunate. In the head, too. Rude. Good thing we found more antibiotics. But now they have to funnel through this door to get to me. Or break the door down. Or be completely oblivious that anything's happening. I always forget that that's an option. It's an option they frequently exercise. We're coming out of this with a lot of armor kits. So that's helpful. I am keeping an eye on that infection. I'm just not quashing it right away because it might go away on its own once the wound's gone. Though it is a deep wound, so the odds of it going away aren't the best, or at least not quickly. Got 3 turns left before it's gone. Okay. Don't need to use the antibiotics. You have a gun. I hate that about you. And you hate my knife. So it all works out. You had a chainsaw. I really wish I could find a melee repair because I could repair it with like the spare blade here, but I'd lose max condition, and I don't know if it keeps the condition loss out of a mission. So I'm gonna ride it out until it gets almost broken. Ooh. I mean, I have no reason to not trade these. So we just have even more better ammunition now. Is that that is another item chip. Okay, it just makes Mr. Meaties. I'm not that concerned about getting those. They'd be nice, but the canned food's good enough. I have no need to play inventory Tetris to get the ability to make better food in right now. I'm probably going to eat those words later instead of the food I could have had, but you know. Sometimes choices are made, and sometimes those choices are bad. Kind of like walking into this room. Walking into this room wasn't a great idea either. Because he's got a shotgun. He's got a shotgun. Hate it here. The good news is, so do they. I'm glad he wasn't paying attention. Yeah, he just heard like 3 of his friends get shot. Doesn't matter though. It's totally just the wind, guys. Nothing bad happened. I don't know why that robot has a pocket full of saw blades. Nothing bad's gonna happen from me having fire bullets. Let's see. You've got a pistol. You've got a nail gun. And you've got an attention deficit problem. Oh, hey, you figured it out. Die. I hope nobody liked that couch. I'll just go ahead and take that. You know, it's hard to argue with basically infinite guns when I keep picking them up off the robots. It's a tourist bag. It's the same bag we already got. Eat your food. While I wait for them to figure out how to navigate a door. I certainly made a choice walking towards him. If there had been somebody with a more dangerous and accurate weapon here, we would have been in trouble. Thankfully, though, fortune favors the bold. When the bold don't get too bold, anyway. Ah, yes, I clearly need a medical gown. Seems so useful. Game, why are you doing this to me? I don't have the inventory space for these things. Now, wait a minute. Earlier on, didn't these electromagnetic guns only do 20 to 20? Now they're doing 34 to 34? Oh, right, because Carnage is still active. I didn't realize it would show on their readouts that it would have the increased damage. I thought they'd still show their base damage and then do the calculation. That's why I got confused. I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Except it did. I probably should set aside the more damaged electromagnetic gun for this. Because we do need to start getting more rifles in again. But by the same token, we can still get rifles from jobs, so we'll go ahead and leave that. Because these electromagnetic guns have been serving us too well for me to set them aside. Aha! We do need to put something down to pick this up, though, but we can craft more medical supplies. Give me this, we're getting the hell out of here. Job done. I'm not gonna get greedy, I'm not gonna get stupid, we're just leaving. No ifs, ands, or buts, we're walking straight back to this elevator and I'm not thinking about anything else. I refuse to acknowledge that there's other concepts other than leaving right now. Because the last time I got greedy at the end of one of these, I got my legs blown off. The exchange took place. We gave the French Comp PS representative a prototype, and they gave us something they would like us to test in the field. We changed the worst for the bad, of course, but this is an honest job. We got an axe, some more bursting rounds, a gun, and a grenade. I'll take that. That's not a bad trade. We traded one random MacGuffin we can't use for 5 things we can use. I will accept these charges. Especially since it's more fire bullets. The dual electromagnetic gun idea has been working out, so we'll keep on with that. Now, is that the whole Brigand set that we can now make, or is it just a... Okay, it's just one piece of each. That's fine, because it's one chest and one leg, so that works itself out anyway. Just means I need to start grabbing armor plates, rags, and thread when we're out on jobs now. So we have the ability to make armor when we need it. And we finally have a better melee weapon to send people out with to start with that are melee characters. Go ahead and move these supplies around. Okay, all of that's fixed. Oh, for God's sake. There we go. Still keeps throwing me off that this is a shotgun. Like, all of these little shotguns just keep messing with my head. Part of me does regret not grabbing the dragon rounds we left behind in the base, but where was I gonna put it in among all the stuff we were carrying? As nice as they are not necessary. Make sure we get more food made. Or general healing supplies, especially since I threw 5 splints away, but it's literally just a day and we make another set of splints and we have spares. So that's not the worst thing. That should also balance the scales with how... Yeah, French Comp loves us now. Compared to most, anyway. Of course, we rolled getting, like, everything they offer, except the thing I wanted. The backpack was literally the only thing I wanted out of that job, and we didn't get it. Because having a whole other row of 6 spaces would be huge for our profits. Also, we've killed 735 humans. That's like 100 per successful mission. It's ridiculous. But bear in mind that there were a lot of unsuccessful missions. And that's why those numbers don't work out in a way that actually makes any sense. Because I think usually are averaging like 50 people dying per mission. The Quasimorph numbers are low because I avoid places with Quasimorphism running rampant. Because that usually ends badly for me. And I'd rather things not end badly, as it turns out. Funny how that works out, I know. Let's see. I don't really want to do a job for the church. We no longer have access here, or at least it's restricted. Because the people that run these places don't like us. It's almost like we blew up some of their stuff or something. Crazy. Crazy concept. We could go balance the scales and help Planet Bridge against Sunlight to make up for stealing stuff from Planet Bridge. Don't care that much. Mars, what do you got? Oh god. I am not doing espionage for realware. Or against French comp, no. I still have twitchy thoughts about espionage jobs at all. Tell you what, we'll travel to Deimos, and if we don't see something else of interest pop up on one of these 3 planets by the time we get there, we'll do the elimination job here. If something else of interest shows up, we tell them to piss off and we go find greener pastures.
You are going for the orbit.
TWR cutoff. Confirm TWR cutoff.
Roger. In.
This is why I was willing to make this hop, is because it means that those crafts finish and I can just queue up more without wasting any time. Making sure we have plenty of supplies for the inevitable death of each of these characters. Oh yeah, I didn't drop off the thing with the things. You know the things. These things. 'Cause I don't need a full set of armor kits on this character. I don't even really need armor kits on this character at all, or gunsmith boxes. Considering their main thing is the Enigma pistols right now. Which, actually, no, that technically does mean they should carry 1 gunsmith box with them. Because the Enigma pistols don't last forever. And they don't... Oh, wait! Class chip. Spaceborne Ghosts. I am such a mess right now, because there was a lot to unpack off of this character after that mission. Okay, so back off of that. Go in here. I feel like the ghosts are gonna be kind of stealthy. I don't know if they're melee or gun-based. All resists plus 20%. Okay. Gain experience by getting infected, which is not great. Sprint affects accuracy less. They get reflexes, which is good, because reflexes have been what's been keeping our Eclipse Blades alive. They get last bullet. Huh. I don't know how to feel about this class. It seems like just the best parts of Eclipse Blades and Tifton's Elite kind of come together on this one. And then they also get reserves, which I still don't know. I don't entirely understand throwback. And I say that because I've seen the throwback chance on bullets before. So I don't really know what that means. It's like, if it was on thrown weapons, I'd understand, because there'd be a chance for you to, like, pick them up and throw them back a short distance or something. Or maybe it's like a deflection chance type deal. I don't know. But it seems like this would actually be a very strong class. just not a... It's not a super interesting one, but it's a very hard one to kill. In theory. So I'll go ahead and make Marika Wolfnod into a spaceborne ghost and see how this goes. We'll go ahead and give them the emergency case we got from a previous death before. This way they have a starting set of kit to work with. They've got decent melee and ranged accuracy, so they can go ahead and keep both of those. They can basically just keep all of this for a change. We'll give you some more food. Basically, what my thought process here is right now is I'm going to send them off not heavily geared because I have a bad feeling about this job I'm sending them on, but I'm going to give them enough gear to give them a fighting chance. And then hopefully they'll pick up the rest on site. Because I don't really want to be wasting a ton of resources on somebody who might just die. But I also can't really be affording to send them out so heavily under-geared that they're guaranteed to die. It just doesn't make sense. So what can I send them out with to give them an edge without costing myself much? And I think the answer to that question is I actually, instead of sending them out with regular ammo, I send them out with the expanding ammo we picked up.
Meep, meep.
What's up there, Pazzy? Welcome to me plotting before potentially sending someone to their death. Considering them being sent to their death is highly likely. Go ahead and unload the basic ammo out of this gun. Basic bitch ammo ain't gonna help. We'll go ahead and give you a load of bursting rounds in there for you to have fun with. And hopefully that'll do. We have to wipe out half the defenders of this place for it to be a completed mission. Hopefully it's not getting too overloaded. I'm doing just fine so far. We just gotta wipe the guards out on Dark Flora and hope for the best. This is actually a pretty close to standard roguelike. It's all turn-based. You can lose limbs, which is a very dangerous concept. But it basically alternates between that management screen you saw me on before, where I decide who I'm sending, what I'm giving them, and what job I'm taking. And then this screen where you're actually guiding the individual mercenary through the mission and hoping they don't get killed in the process. Garbage. Like, it may seem like it's moving fast, but that's because I'm just clicking very fast. Okay, you've got a needle gun. I already don't like you. Perish. Could you do a better job of hitting him, please? Rather than setting the whole room on fire? Thank you. Now that he's on fire, let's walk around the corner and hope he burns to death. Good. Oh, well, that's not good. If there's possessed here, that means I actually might have to worry about Quasimorphosis on this stage, and that's going to be an issue. Yeah, there's possessed and obsessed here. Quasimorphosis being this mechanic down here, which I haven't shown any of today, but basically makes all of my enemies worse, and they have a chance to turn into monsters when they die. Many of which being very dangerous. So that's great. That's what we all want to see. Yeah, there's a lot of games of this type out on mobile and such. It kind of had a resurgence on mobile before it really came back as much on PC. Yeah, I feel. Because these are just games you can play with just a mouse or just by touching the screen. And just fine. Could take the cigarettes to lower the quasimorphosis, but it hasn't gone up yet, so it might be that this area doesn't actually have it active. It just might be there's some elements of it here. Okay. You also need to keep this food meter in mind, because if you run out of calories in your body, you will slowly start dying. That's why we're carrying all this synthetic chicken around. And if you're at full food, you also regenerate health. So you can also kind of compare it to Mystery Dungeon games in that regard as well, because they all come from similar roots. Basically, yeah. It actually does reasonably well as far as stealth goes, in my opinion, so far. Because I have managed to sneak up on many enemies after making noise elsewhere. But it is a bit fiddly as far as that goes. It's definitely imperfect as far as the stealth goes. But these are games where you can either go very deep or very shallow and still be mostly fine. Yeah, we can probably pump the remaining 2 bursting rounds into his back and it'll be fine. He did live through that, which is an inconvenience. Let's see if he's foolish enough to come around this corner or if he's gonna fall over. That's the end of him. I saw that his friend popped out, but they're not an immediate concern. They do have a shotgun, which is not the best. I do appreciate that I can actually look at my enemies and go like, what do they got? Because these are things you visually be able to see. I could zoom in more, but it really doesn't help. Shank, shank, shank. Shank, shank, shank. Shank your body. There we go. Actual armor. Thank you for your donation to my cause. You've got a melee weapon, don't you? Yep, you've got a machete. But yeah, you unlock additional classes by acquiring class chips, either from the companies you're working for as a rewards, or you find them in the missions. This one in particular is a spaceborne ghost who has this set of abilities that you see here. Each of those perks will also level on a per-character basis, depending on what they list down there as their experience gain causes. So it is a very complex game, to a degree. Like, it's easy to understand, but getting deep into it could very much be very, very complicated. And this only came out a little over a week ago? Aside from a prologue version of it that's free, which I think they pulled the prologue version at this point. But there might be a demo that they put out instead now. If people want to try it rather than paying for it and finding out. Though it is only a, like, $12 to $14 game, I think it was. Something like that. So I also bought it on Humble, so my numbers may be a little skewed. Because I do have a discount there. Yeah, that was the bullets I looked at before. Okay. I do want to try this toxic gun. Because I've never actually used these before. And it does still have decent accuracy. Just go ahead and reload it before we move anywhere. It can only hold 6, huh? Okay. Oh, game, why are you like this? We need to find better backpacks before we can use these other 2 rows of space. And unfortunately, I'm running out of space. And I don't really want to toss my pistol away because I need it. This machete is going to save my life in a bad situation, so I want to keep that. Like, all of this is useful. This is redundant combined with that, so let's go ahead and set that aside for this for the moment. Because if we run into something that I know is strong, I can whip that Huntsman rifle out and get some work on it before it gets too close. But that's only going to work like once. You've got an electromagnetic gun. I'm inclined to think a toxic gun's not going to do anything to a robot, though. So we'll close in with the machete and deal with him accordingly. Machete beats robot. Ow. Rude. Okay. And it's worth noting, anytime an enemy makes contact with your body, any of these parts of your body have a chance to be wounded that you'll need to deal with either the splint or the bandage. And infections need to be dealt with or they will poison your blood and kill you. So, it's very dangerous. Everything is very dangerous. Like, as a prime example of how dangerous this game is, I had a fairly highly leveled character start a defense mission. I think it was literally either the first or second job I did for stream today. 2 turns in, their arm got cut off by a chainsaw launcher. So it was a problem. They did not survive that mission because without their other arm, they couldn't really fight nearly as well as they otherwise could. So that kind of threw that whole thing out a window. So the standpoint for that is don't get too attached to any of these characters because they will die. I'm glad you missed with whatever explosive that is, so I think that's a stun grenade he threw past me. Ow. Ooh, that's not good. Speaking of wounds, go ahead and pop the surgical kit on that because I don't have time to mess with this idea right now. Thankfully, they were kind in one regard in that healing wounds on that screen does not take time. Oh god, he got lucky on that shot. Well, from the gut up to the chest, our heart is hurt now. That's not great. Just go ahead and put a band-aid on that and hope for the best. Go ahead and use that medical kit because we're not going to be able to really pick it up in any convenient way. It'll help fix the damage. That infection is still rising because that wound isn't dealt with, but oof. Because that's the one nice thing with infections. If the wound goes away before the infection hits 100%, the infection's gone. The infection just leaves. It's very helpful. So it's always worth monitoring that rather than just jamming antibiotics in your system immediately. The thing to watch out for with doing that is wounds can reopen. Even if you stabilize it, there is a chance for it to reopen, and it's an issue. Unk. So did I actually poison you? Are you gonna just die? No, he doesn't seem to be dying. He just seems to generally be very upset. All things considered, I am not impressed. But it does list as 8 to 16 damage. It's just a quiet weapon is its only real advantage, I think. Just ditch that. That's not worth my time. If I'm gonna use a gun, I want what I'm shooting at to die. That was a bad example because I'm shooting a robot. And the AR robots are actually pretty tough. But you'll notice even they are susceptible to injuries because that fell over after the shots were over. Don't want that for this character at the moment, but I'll put that in my pocket, because that's a very nice shotgun. Hi there. Goodbye there. I was hoping for punch through to hit the other one, but wasn't meant to be on that one. Thankfully, they chose death. I'm gonna go ahead and put the Huntsman rifle away at this. Misclicks are also a thing. If you end up not clicking on one of the squares, specifically with the 2 tile items, a square it'll fit in, it tends to just drop on the ground. You'll want to be attentive of that. It's mildly annoying. See all the, like, magic circles and such thrown around? The first time I streamed this, I made a comparison to Doom and the fact that demons were summoned from another realm in that universe, and basically the same thing happened here. That's a chainsaw. Oh, no it isn't. This right here is one of the single most dangerous weapons in this game in my experience so far. This and flamethrowers. Because there's 2 things that happen with this weapon. 1, an enemy fires it at you, and one of your limbs are now gone. Because it's a flying saw blade. You can do the math on what that does fairly easily. It's also dangerous in your own hands, because as he just learned, they bounce. He hit the door trying to shoot me and ended up hitting himself. Which is why they no longer have a foot. So, you know, that was a self-solving problem. But if that had made it through the door, that would have been pinging down this hallway and it would have been a nightmare. Exactly, yes. There's even things that would definitely remind you of necromorphs wandering around. So, that is also a very apt comparison. I still need to find a helmet. Walking around with my head exposed is a real bad idea with saw blades flying around. Stun grenade wouldn't be a bad thing to grab, but I don't have a ton of space to play around with that. I would be more interested if it was an actual explosive grenade. The stun on these is nice, but by the time they go off, I've usually resolved any issue I would need it for. Because there's no stun longer than the stun of death. And these are very useful. I talked about Furnicles before, but the important thing with these is you munch one of them down, you get 5 more max health permanently. All good. Good luck with work there, Pazzy. Nom 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 nom. And that proves there is no active Quasimorphous presence here, because otherwise this meter would have went up 100 when I ate that. But now we just straight up have 55 max health on this character instead of 50. And that 5 health can save your life. Especially when things like that happen. I don't have a foot anymore. Why are they aiming for the feet with these damn saw blades? Oh, and of course there's the helmet too. This game. This game has a sense of humor, and it's usually a mean one. Oh yeah, fun fact. That's my foot. That's my foot right there on the ground. I'm leaving. Because for one, I'd like that pain to go down, which we're already at no effect from it, but if we get another hit, we might go into high enough pain where we start taking debuffs, and I don't want that. And I'd rather have the advantage on them when I have the this situation where I have a chance to lose a turn when I move. I'd rather let them come to me. Especially goddamn Sawblade Man, who was smart and shot through the hallway here and cut off my thigh too, so this was a mistake. On the bright side, since he cleanly amputated them, I don't get a wound. The downside is we're kinda screwed. Because more or less most moves we make here we're going to lose. But I only have one shot, so... Die. He thankfully didn't act immediately, otherwise we would have died there. Because he would have fired another saw blade and there's no way he would have missed at that range. But this character is now very severely hindered. We are quite literally just hopping around on one foot now. Hence why we lose a lot of turns. It's about as inconvenient as you might guess it would be. Our armor's also seen better days after that, which is not surprising. And the other problem with losing limbs is it reduces your max health. We went from 55 max health to 35. Basically, we're in danger. We are in serious danger. The good news is I think we only lose that turn when we're moving. If we stand still and attack something, I don't think we lose that turn. But I'm not certain about that. I've not had people lose limbs and live that long to find out. This is too long a reload. That was a bad choice to swap to.
Don't waste my time.
You're the one walking around with 3 bullets loaded in your gun. Yeah, not so funny now, is it? Now you don't have a hand for anything else. Not so tough now, are you? Get your hand blown off by the one-legged man. At least we don't get blamed as much as the one-armed man. Sadly, the autodock can't reattach limbs. That is beyond its power. I know I'm just hitting the bunk bed, but I also don't dare move. Am I out of bullets? I'm out of bullets. Oh good, they dropped dead. That works. Well, that ruined their whole day. Yeah, because as you can see, they can get wounds just like we can. They don't only get amputations. So he dropped. How bad off are you? You've got the same wounds as the other ones, so you're probably not that long for this world either. I don't have a lot of ammo for this, so it's kind of silly to be carpeting the area with shots like this, but at the same time, it's working. So they're not long for this world. They've got 12 health and 6... Yeah. They've got 6 health worth of wounds going on right now. Take the time while they figure their lives out to reload this. This is why you carry a variety of firearms on your person. Because you never know when one's gonna run out of bullets. Put on some fresh armor. And I could go back to the pistol now that we have a few bullets for it, but I would rather wait till we have a bit safer an amount. Like that. That's a safer amount to have for that. It's a little unfortunate that it's just regular bullets, but they'll do the job. Wanted the corpse. That corpse. What do we got in here? Ooh, sang bees. Those will be nice. Another furnicle for more max health. Because I think we can furnicle back up to our max health that we were before. It's just going to take a lot of them. And as I mentioned before, no one's lived to see the end of a mission with a missing limb. So I don't know the long-term effects of them. So we'll find out about that. At least my backpack didn't break. I don't know where... Did they come from that room? They must have went in there after hearing the ruckus, and then all of this happened. Huh. What do you know? These workbenches would be great if there's anything near them. Or medical glue, which... again, doesn't fix our problem because I can't glue my leg back on. And I know, not with that attitude, but sadly, I had a good attitude about it before, and it didn't work anyway. Oh, now for the further adventures of Kenzie 1-Step. Used to be Kenzie 2-Step, but, well, one of those steps don't go anymore. Senzu Bean would be nice around now, yeah. I don't know if those grow back limbs, but I'd give it a shot. Go, we're back to a full load of ammo and some more medical glue. Medical glue's not great. I would love to take that with me. This shotgun will be very useful for people that are actually going to use a shotgun. Hi! Speaking of electromagnetic guns... If I just keep him in his box, I can kind of work around this. Our gun's also almost broke, though, which is a problem. If we step over there, we lose a turn because of our broken leg. Okay. It may actually be worth trading out for one of the electromagnetic guns, just because it will last a while, and then we can hopefully find another gun. Is the two-shot rifle just really isn't gonna do it. I would rather use that if I could actually maneuver while reloading. And we don't have the maneuvering capability with the one leg. I could have grabbed the other handfuls of bullets, but without a gun that uses it on hand anymore, it's not a priority. But when I saw the opportunity to get a full stack, it just made sense. So there's either a door here, or I missed a door over here. Which, I don't know if there can be a door down there. Though we did pass an elevator back there, so that might also be the answer, is we just take the elevator out of here. Hip, hop, hip, hop. There might be a room over there. But the elevator's the more likely answer. Hip, hop, hop, hip, hip. Yeah, this doesn't give fullness at all, so I'm not going to bother with that. Don't worry, I'll get there. Because remember, since we don't have anything that the company values, we can't extract this person until the job's done. Otherwise, I'd just leave. But that's also exactly why, is because people would just bail on these jobs before they're finished. Ow. Don't mind me, just gonna have a snack in front of both of you because you're not paying attention. The frequency with which I've gotten good piercing shots is why I like these electromagnetic guns. They seem to pierce pretty often. Yeah, exactly. Welcome back, Jack. How you doing? Yeah, I miss. Well, there's no point for that. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, yeah. Characters breathing. The game took offense to that. Don't like that. Okay, that could have gone worse. We at least have our armor to thank for that not going worse than it could have been. Cursed missing leg. Nope. Well, I could load some of them into this so I at least have ammo in it, rather than carting it around with nothing loaded. It at least serves as a good emergency option. But I don't have the inventory space to be fiddling with keeping that ammo on hand right now. Don't like this hallway. Don't like this hallway at all. Just gonna set that off before tragedy strikes when I walk past it due to our slowdown. Just not having any of that today. Already had a close encounter of the circular saw kind. I don't need an explosion. Injuries like that are also on the list of things I did not need. You know, with the way the electromagnetic gun burrowed through that wall, you'd think it would have killed this robot sooner. Hi. Rude. Okay. The infection went away because the wound's gone, so everything's fine. That's fine. There's a replacement right here. That's the only reason I didn't care about breaking that. We do need a replacement pair of pants because our pants are broke now, but one problem at a time. Give me those. Okay, so that's all fine now. As we'll get replacement armor while we're at it. Shadowrun music would fit, yeah. So here's the question, is it the new Shadowrun or is it some of the old Shadowrun? Because, like, the Genesis soundtrack for Shadowrun was also very good. The Jeff Hammer MD, huh? I don't think I've seen that yet. Put that in my pocket. Also a good choice. feel like there's a lot of bad jokes that could come from a line of apparel like that, Pazzy. You thought these were pants. Just kidding. They're a bomb. What? How? And then they exploded. Gives a whole new meaning to gun cotton. And if that isn't an example of the kind of mood my brain's in right now, I don't know what is. Don't need any of this. So this is just an upgrade from the brigand boots, so I'll take those. Don't really want your needle gun. I mean, yeah, it works. If you're lucky, it'll wrap around somebody and then explode. Guaranteed success. Also, this is just a better Enigma gun, so give me that. Some people have the power of the sun in the power of their hand, in the palm of their hand. I've got the power of magnets. Hey, we did it. We killed enough people now. We can leave. I'm gonna let him try to catch up to me if he's going to. And soon we'll find out if this injury is permanent or not. Exactly. Which that's something I haven't seen in a while. You know. I really shouldn't have taken a different route to get where I was going. I don't know what I was thinking. I was getting greedy is what I was doing. Ow. That'll definitely happen. I've lost count of the amount of infections that have killed me. Which is why I'm sad that my immune to food poison, immune to infection character died. But I can make another one. I just haven't. There we go. Successfully evacuated. The first character to live having lost a limb in this company. Wait. Where did some of the stuff we were carrying go? Oh no. I think I figured out what happened. I think our bag got broke on our way out and I didn't check. So we lost some of the stuff on the way to the exit. Oh, I'm so mad. We got rewarded with the same thing I was bringing back anyway. And we got the Hunter RX. That is incredible. Good to know that you can still throw grenades without arms as well. That's an interesting thought. So let's see. We now have... That's what I figured that was. The Jeff Hammer MD's an auto shotgun. And of course, the Hunter RX we've seen before. It's just a better marksman rifle. And it just takes weapon parts and wire to make that. So that's not actually that bad to make. We can just scrap some guns, grab a wire, and then we have auto shotty. If I want it. Which right now I kind of don't. But good to know. Go ahead and toss that in this compartment here. Is the most limbs I've lost on one character was one arm, one leg. And that character almost made it. They almost survived, and then they just got capped right as they got to the exit. It because I didn't check my corners properly. It was sad. Because I was just in such a rush to get out because everything was falling out of my bags, my body was falling apart, it was just a bad deal all around. Let's see. I do still want to do something for SBN just so I can get the remaining chips they have. And I'm just going to take it as good enough that I don't remember what else was in those bag spaces that we didn't get. Oh, no, I remember one of the things. It was the hunting rifle, one of the bullets we had dropped, and the shotgun dropped. I think that's all we lost. I think each one has a different chip, but I don't think it matters beyond that. I want to say each of these is a unique chip, but I don't know that for a fact. Because I've still not gotten any of them to give me their chip. I think the only chips we've gotten have been found on the ground. Because the percentages on these suck. Which, on that note, it's actually entirely possible that that character survived because they're a spaceborne ghost and have that slightly higher resist. That is a possibility. Does RealWear have anything I want? No, because they're not marked. Yeah, they'd be great for the chainmail vest, but other than that, I don't really care, and they're too pissed at me to give me their backpack. Because I kind of ruined their day, so they're not happy with me. I'd have to do multiple jobs to have a prayer of getting that, and I'm not that interested in it at the moment. Because it would just be the one backpack, and then whoever's carrying it dies, and then I'm sad. So let's... I just mess with whoever happens to offer me good deals. It's like, I am solely motivated by whatever the rewards of whichever companies he's offer are. The true mercenary way. You pay me good? Okay, who do you not like? That guy? Okay, we'll punch him in the nose. Tomorrow? Oh, now you're offering something better. I'll go punch the guy I just worked for in the nose. I don't care. I got no reason to be attached to any of these people.
Roger. Clock. You are go for the orbit.
TWR cutoff. Confirm TWR cutoff.
Roger. In.
Make sure to keep making more of these so I never have to worry about that. We don't have anything better to make at the second. Let's see. The only thing to do here would be to do this sabotage against Planet Bridge, and... Oh yeah, I do still want to try to get fighter backpacks from them. Because they seem like an easy one to get them from, considering the odds, and most of the rest of what they give is okay. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them has, at the very least, the majority of them. Like, this one's got one of each type, but I don't know if they give, like, only one actual unique chip, or if they can give any of that type. Because I haven't sat there and done the research on it. Could go either way on that one. SBN has, like, everything you could possibly want, because they're the big corporation. They're the biggest ones around. The only problem is they don't offer you ammo or armor. They offer you a lot of very good guns, but not the ammo to fuel them. Though that might be what the item chip they offer is. I don't know. They just haven't offered me any jobs I want to do compared to some of the other ones that offer me similar benefit, so that's why they haven't gotten any work from me yet. As to the French co job, I mean, it is a sabotage job. I don't think I've done one of those yet. At least not today. And I do want more bursting ammo and the backpack, so sure. We'll figure something out with that. I do want to see if Mariko is intact. I can't tell because we can't actually check their health status on any of these screens. But since their health is back to 50, I would assume they're okay. I don't know. Curiosity is convincing me to send them out and find out whether they're still missing their limbs or not. And, you know, life will be what it'll be from there. I'm gonna take that electromagnetic gun away from them, though, and just send them out with a fresh Hydra. Because that did well enough for them before. And if they are injured, I don't want them going out and losing our fancy electromagnetic gun. This is all stuff they already had, so it's not really a loss if they lose it. Yeah, I think they're good to go with what they got. Because that's slightly better than what we sent them out with last time and they succeeded. Oh no, it's Char on Dock Bay, though. We died here doing espionage earlier. I have bad feelings about this place, because this place was riddled. Wait, no, we did succeed this one. It was sketch, but we did succeed this one. Never mind, that'll be fine. We just gotta go blow up a comm center and get out. And... yep, you do get your limbs back. Nice. So limb loss isn't a death sentence. You know, aside from the concerns of not having your full mobility or combat capability in the mission. That's good news. Oh hey, there's an Enigma gun. Free level explorer. Honestly, these level explorers are very nice to find. I've only found like 3 of them ever. One of which being the eyeball instead of the techno one. I'll keep the blood bags, throw away the ear. This place also had lots of those medical cases that had health extensions in them. So I don't actually mind being here. You got a rapid shotgun. But I've got a bad angle. I hate it here. This is a very bad position to be in. But if I move, it's gonna be worse. Gotta love that punch through. Easy as pie. Start collecting more of these. I am so glad they didn't have the weapon to go with that. Ooh, that could have been bad. Though that could have been bad for everybody involved, all things considered. Because I would have just pinged around and killed everybody. And it would have been really funny, but also really tragic. Mostly because we would have been one of the casualties. If it was all friendly fire for them, I would have just been cackling like an idiot the entire time. I mean, you earned a lot of injuries. I don't know if that counts as earnings for you, though, friend. Hey, more of those AP bullets that we lost because my bag got ripped right at the end. Now, I could just go in there and... ooh, those are lots of containers, but those would be like lockers, I think. May as well. What's the worst that can happen? He says, knowing full well that he could explode at any given moment. It's a good thing these guys really don't get points for awareness. They
Arise, wretch of the earth!
You know how I said I hated here a moment ago? I really, really hate it here, but there's a backpack amongst them. So that's good. But, yikes. What do we got going on here? Club, that one's obviously got an axe. We've got a pistol. You've got an axe. A knife. Okay, this is workable. This isn't terrible. Yeah, I would love to have that 6x4 backpack. I think I've only ever seen like one of them ever, and I died with it. Stun a bunch of them with a shot from that. The other one should be like right behind. No, they took their time. Okay, that's good for me. Yep, that's what I figured was gonna start happening once they all start waking up. Just control the situation. That's all you've got to do. Just keep control and stay calm. None of them had crazy threatening weapons, so it's easy to seize control of the situation. So I think that's part of why my melee characters live longer, is I think a little bit harder when I'm using them than I do with the gunners, because I'm like, I can just shoot them, it'll be fine. Bang, 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 problem solved. Yeah, I've been that person a couple times, especially when I was still learning and realizing just how dangerous it is for infections to happen and things like that. And it's also easy to forget that you don't take a turn when you're using the health monitor, because a lot of games don't give you that leeway. Because, like, medkits and such, of course, take time to use, but I've noticed whenever you use, like, a bandage or something on that screen, it doesn't seem to take a turn, because I've never gotten shot doing it, even in full view of enemies. So it might be like a half turn or something, but it definitely doesn't cause them to act. But I have definitely greeted myself to death more times than I've died legitimate deaths in this game, I feel. I am my own worst enemy, but that's normal for me. This is greedy, and it's potentially not going to work out. I am so glad I have such a good dodge chance. Ow. No sooner do I say that does it immediately stop working. Jam some glue on that. Okay, no, time passed when I did that time. Huh. I don't know what the rules on that are. Doesn't matter. All that matters is we're currently not dead. Maybe the medical glue was slower, which would make no sense, but sure. We'll go with that. Wow, they were ready for me. Respect. Also taught me that I'm not walking through that door. And our stomach wound's gone now, so we're good on that. Wait. The electromagnetic gun's almost out. The pants are not in great shape. As I throw them on the ground. Just quickly trade that because I'd rather that not break and I have to trade it out in combat. Ooh, expanding rounds. And I know I'm leaving a bunch of things behind that I could be taking with me with my new expanded bag size. Yep. To be fair, I understand the logic on that. But, yes, that was a bad choice. Sounds good, Pazzy. Safe travels. Go ahead and munch that down. I didn't need to, but I also don't need the food, so I may as well just... There we go! We gained the recipe for it and immediately find a Jeff Hammer. That, I'll go ahead and tuck away in my pocket. And then we'll go get the ammo out of this for it. Because now that ammo suddenly has value to me. Anybody else around here have shotguns? I don't think so. I know some people in the other rooms had them, but I think that was the only... Oh no, you had shotgun ammo because you had a Starlock. Nah. I was debating taking the spare backpack with me. But we should be okay on that score. I'm just double checking the bodies. Now that shotgun ammo is something I need to pay attention to. Oh, not need. But it'd be nice. And actually, take the thread too, you fool. Hindsight will bite me in the ass if I don't take things like that, because I can make things out of that now. Relevant things. Which actually, I should be disassembling the extra stuff, too. This way I can turn it into things back at base. Is we can make actual, like, chest plates and such out of all this junk. And it's not like any of these dead people need this stuff anymore. Like, I'm not gonna go wild going back for all of it, but since I'm right here next to each of these, I may as well do it. And I guess that just turned into nothingness. Well. Oh, hey, you're not dead. Let's fix that. There we go. Sort it out. Out of just this one trip, we're probably going to have enough thread to make plenty of armor going forward. And don't get me wrong, I could have been collecting all this stuff for quite a while. Ooh, actually, that's a thought. What happens if I disassemble a robot? Trash, microchips, wire. And I'm guessing the weapon parts came from them too, because I didn't have those a moment ago. No disassemble. Oh, too bad, Johnny 5. You are no longer alive. And that's gonna make some people very sad to hear those words. Ooh, flash pistol. I still don't have that many energy weapons. I've got a few. Well, actually, I say that, but I think I actually have more energy weapons than regular weapons now because of how many regular weapons we lost. Do I actually want this flash pistol becomes the question at that point. And I think I don't want it badly enough to drop the resources we're collecting here. I think we're good. Hi. You got a club. It still confuses me that they send these robots out with these primitive weapons. But I think it's a matter of they treat the robots like second-class citizens around here and give them, like, menial labor and bullshit to do. So that's probably why they don't actually give them weapons. Wouldn't want the robots to rise up or anything. Ignoring the amount of damage a robot could do just with a club to the average human being. It's a pity I can't... Damn it. I don't really need the one medical glue when I've already got splints and bandages on hand. The medical glue is better at the job, I think, but it's fine. So it's off to the elevator now. The elevator I found and was debating whether going up there was worth it or not, and turns out, very worth it. Had a thought for a second, but I lost it partway through looking at what was there. Well then, there's just a volcano chilling there, a pulse laser rifle here. What the hell? What kind of nightmare am I walking into that they're just leaving these things laying around? I feel like I'm walking into a trap. Oh. Well, I'll grab that in a second after I deal with you and your friend. It's got no ammo and I left batteries behind on the other floor, but still. Anyway. Wait. Oh right, that's a shotgun. I was looking at the shotgun shells and had a weird existential crisis moment of like, wait, why do I have shotgun shells but no shotguns? I wouldn't do that. Go ahead and throw away the regular 9mm bullets. Put those there. We only have the one wire. While we do need it, it was for a Jeff hammer and nothing else. So we'll go ahead and get rid of the wire so we can fit the pulse laser in my pocket. Our dodge chance is hitting the floor because I'm carrying an entire armory in my pocket, but it's fine. Remember all those statements I made about dying to greed? Just stock that away in your mind and remember that in about 10 minutes when I die. You missed me. Actually, wait, wasn't there... No, that was 9mm bullets. I saw bullets and brain went, ooh. And then I realized, no, those weren't bullets I wanted. No, we're so low on 7.9 ammo, I should keep the AP ammo. And these blood bags are very, very helpful. We do have a ton of armor kits back home. We'll go ahead and get rid of those, because we have more than one stack of armor kits back at base at the moment. I am planning on trading some of those, but we haven't been using them either, so it's fine. Eat the food of my enemies. Need be, I'll eat my enemies. Let me tell you, if you get to pick your enemies, try to pick enemies that taste good. You know, go to war with chickens or something. At least your enemies taste good, unlike, you know, eating the whole human flesh thing. Human flesh really probably is not the best. Though they are carrying lots of tasty things, so there's that. This guy just was carrying everybody's lunch, apparently. No, apparently the managers are just being very well fed here. It shouldn't shock me, really, because I'm betting the rest of the crew is starving. Oh, hey, a chainsaw. May as well take that apart, too. Or, you know, I could just amputate my own limb like an idiot. That'd be a great plan, wouldn't it? No, I did get weapon parts. I just forgot that I moved the weapon parts, so I got confused. I don't think we have anything that needs long blades to be made. Not yet, anyway. I do feel sad disassembling glory armor, but I have no space for it. And filling up the space with armor plates will definitely make more practical use. Oh, good lord. Oi! Quit walking away from me. Ow, wow. Okay. That sounded like a much bigger weapon than it is. I don't know how I got pushed over there by it, but I'll take it. It mostly worked out. Like, I heard that shot and I thought he had like a liberator or something. So I got hopeful for a moment. So I like the liberator. The game doesn't like to let me have any liberators. But I do like that weapon. I know I could have disassembled all the other ones too, but brain only fired on the idea of disassembling when I walked back out here and I wasn't about to turn around. There's also a temptation to just disassemble the people too, but that's a lot less necessary. You think they heard the comment about disassembling people? I don't think they like it. You got a gun. You've got a gun. You've got a gun. For some reason, you don't have a gun. Why is the guy without a gun not the one near the door? How does this keep happening to all of you? So that was fine. That could have gone a lot worse. But thankfully they decided it was a great idea to conga line out the door at me as usual. Here goes body conga. Here goes body conga. Meanwhile, you're just over here hanging out in the corner with your pipe. That was actually a very lucky shot, considering it said I was going to hit that wall. Sometimes scatter works out in my favor. And disassemble the Rubit. Since they give weapon parts, I'm now very interested in disassembling the Rubits. More expanding 9mm ammo. God, I keep getting offered so much. Ah! It's such a problem here. I want to keep the shotgun shells on hand in case I need to reload the Jeff Hammer. His things go sideways, and I just need something bigger and better than the electromagnetic gun. Or the more likely case of the electromagnetic gun breaks down on me, which is coming up soon. Because none of the other weapons have ammo. I've got lots of ammo, but not for the weapons I'm carrying. I forgot I still had the gun in my hand. I was gonna stab him, and I still did. I just stabbed him with bullets. Which was not the expected outcome. Ow. Why do you stab me with bullets? That's rude. I'm the rude one here. I'm supposed to be the bad guy. Meniscus damage. That's a hell of a phrasing. Just go ahead and stop that injury up and move on with my life. So I thought the meniscus was just the like dip in a fluid. Maybe there's another thing that's the meniscus. Another armor kit. I mean, I may as well use these as I'm going. While I wait for you guys to figure out to move over here. Do you have a gun? I should have checked. I just decided to stand there and wait to see if he had a gun, apparently, because that's a great idea. Just take apart his friend in front of him. I'm just being a horrible person right now. You know, plus or minus the shooting people thing. Apparently, my brain drew the line at disassembling people's friends. But, you know, that's a fair place to draw the line at, really, if you think about it. So I would recommend against thinking about it too hard. Because it's just gonna get weird. Oh yeah, can't repair pants because pants aren't armor. Also, I'm an idiot because I just realized I'm still wearing regular pants and I disassembled like 8 pairs of armored pants earlier. So good job, brain. Claps for you. Well done. Glad I was paying attention. So disappointed in myself right now. In the end, it'll probably be fine because the results will be the same either way. With like 70% chance of death. But still one of those moments where it's like, you really didn't think this through, did you? I could have gone to that other room, and going to a distant room worked out for us last time, but I'm just not doing it this time. There's a replacement Enigma. Which forestalls the question of how do I resolve running out of shots with the Enigma gun. Because, you know, it's a free gun. It's hard to argue with free shots. What do you have? An axe. Okay. You also have an axe, and I believe you are the only one who doesn't have it. No, you have an axe too. I very clearly see it on your model. Oh, let's go Idiot Conga. Let's go Idiot Conga. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Look at you being smart to double team me. Pity you don't react quick enough. There we go. It really is a shame when it's just like, oh, they did a smart thing, and it didn't work. Well. Like, I was actually legitimately concerned for a second there, and then I stabbed one, and his friend just watched it happen. It would actually be kind of cool if there was like a tiny percentage chance for you to disassemble something and get the production chip for it, like you reverse engineer it on the spot. But that would also be insanity. Both to expect that to be possible and from a balance standpoint it would be idiotic. With the amount of times we see the same weapon like 30 times on the ground. Ow. Yeah, I feel like the way these fights are going definitely confirms that having a gun and a melee weapon, at least for me, seems to be the winning strategy. Ow. Like, I don't know if this is like the universal choice necessarily, because there's probably situations where you could double gun and it would be fine, depending on what the gun is. Ow. I mean, thanks for the level of self-defense there, I guess. But, you know, I would have rather you didn't stab me. Because that was a level of immune response. So now we have a 30% extra resist instead of 20. So that's good. I am monitoring the infection in case anybody's like, why is he running around without fixing that? I have an easy response to it, and I'm just not worried about it at the second. So I think it'll go away before it's a problem. Yeah. Poof. Hey, you have armor pants. Give me those. Go ahead and fix my helmet again because I got smacked upside the head. Oh, actually, that's a point. No, I can't. Okay. But I can repair it with this. Not really. Okay. If it gets really bad, I might still jam some cloth in there and hope for the best. You can't see it, but I'm shaking my head once again at the guys who I can just walk down a hallway and just walk up and smack them upside the head with no repercussions. All they had to do was pay attention, and all of this could have been avoided for them. It's like, I get it. You're just doing in your job, you're going through the motions, you're not really paying attention. But a guy walking towards you with a machete really should set some red flags off. Because I can't even say I was being sneaky. I was just in normal walk mode, just walking towards him. Just ruining everything in here. He exists. I have not really paid attention to the existence of Shia LaBeouf. I would rather not. I would still rather not. Nah, it's fine. My focus is specifically on what I'm doing right now, so you'd end up waiting a while on that either way. I think I've heard of that. You hiding behind the space scanner. Get back here. I'm just hyper vigilant about links because I have witnessed enough issues coming out of that. Is sure, you've been around a couple times, but I don't actually like know you or anything. So there's always that inherent risk factor there. Even if a link looks completely legit, people can spoof those just fine. And that's nothing against you. That's just a general safety statement. Uh-huh. And that's also something I can find on my own just fine. There we go, we got a mag vest. Now I can fit a little bit more. Okay. Eat another fernicle. Wow, we're getting a lot of those. I need another one then. I really should start saving a couple of those for future characters, but it's just so easy to just munch those the second I see them. His health is always good to have. Oh, am I supposed to be breaking these scanners? Are those the target? Oh yeah. What do you know? I should probably be breaking these, shouldn't I? With actors and things, I honestly wouldn't be shocked. Huh. Apparently, I guess I have to shoot it? You know, I don't know why I didn't think it was going to explode. With the cannibalism, that makes sense. So that was almost disastrous. Let's not stand next to the next one, shall we? That just makes sense. Oh, that burn is being problematic. What? Oh, that's fine. Antibiotics. Ta-da! Problem solved. I figured it was going to be fine since I stabilized it, but of course it decided to continue to be a problem. Oh, for fuck's sake. Burns are upsetting. Now is it gone? Nope. I may as well use up some of the ammo in these things, because this will make it go quicker. This way we don't end up using up the entire Enigma gun dealing with these. So I got one more on this floor, and didn't I see some of these on the first floor? I feel like I did. We're right next to the elevator, so let's check so I don't end up walking through this whole place and realizing that I missed them. No, there's no X's on this map. Yeah, that sounds about right for those things, because they hit incredibly hard. Like, I've only had my Quasimorphosis get up there once, and it was horrifying to deal with all of the stuff spawning from that. Since there's an XTS just sitting there, I'm gonna go ahead and just deal with these kids with this. Why did my accuracy just fall apart suddenly? Still have all my limbs. You just suddenly forgot how to stab people. I mean, that's just something that's going to naturally happen over time. In any context involving a backlog. It's about the only way that will happen. Go ahead and pull it out of the blaster. Put it in this. I want to keep the Enigma still, but I do still kind of want the blaster too. Need be I can come back for it. I won't remember to come back for it, but you know. I suddenly got very nervous hitting him because it's like, if I miss again and he chainsaws me, I'm gonna be very upset. Ow. You just got a Galland. Ow. It's kind of funny how in the enemy hands, a Galland is more effective at slapping me upside the head than it is shooting me. Like, the Gallant pistol did very well for us when I used it, but it really never seems to do anything for them. No, I was hoping to get a blade out of it so I could fix up this machete. Then again, there's a machete right there. There we go. I just need to remember to switch it to multi-hit, and we're in business. Well, certainly not this one, considering I didn't hit him at all. And I feel like that's going to depend on whether you want raw damage or whether you want accuracy and consistent damage, because the Vibro Sword or Razor seems to be very, very good. It's got the same amount of hits as a machete, but higher damage, and it's, like, guaranteed accurate almost. Whereas one of the axes seems to have much higher raw damage, but you're gonna miss unless you have somebody with good melee accuracy. And it only gets one hit. So for a much more guaranteed answer, Google would be able to answer you better than I would. That's just been my experience with those weapons so far, and I'm sure there's melee weapons I haven't seen yet. Well, sadly for you, you don't have a future. Okay, this Enigma's almost toast. I should put it away, because I don't want to lose it. This is why I don't like the shotguns. They just don't have the raw kill of the other weapons. At least not with regular rounds. I mean, sure, if you get close, they're great, but at that point you may as well step another step in and stab them, and then you're not using ammo. That's just me. I am very clearly on record as not caring for shotguns in general, so there's plenty of people that will most certainly disagree with me, and that's fine. People can believe what they wish to believe. Well, just threw them into the abyss. Want to stand next to that? I'll just blow it up. I don't care. Mission complete. Enjoy your burning satellite dish. Goodbye. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on my way back. I feel like something's gonna go wrong and I'm just gonna spontaneously combust on my way back to the door. That's the level of paranoid I've gotten with this game at this point. Like, something's gotta give. This went well. What went wrong? What did I miss? I'd love to bring that other Enigma with me, but these are better choices to take out of here, I think. And this also teaches me sabotage missions aren't that bad. I'd be willing to do more of those. Those are actually pretty fun. Unlike espionage, where I go hunting for an hour, can't find the item, and get my legs blown off. And we got the short end of the stick for payout, though. We only got one thing, and it was just bursting rounds. Which are nice. I do like bursting rounds, but not when that's my only reward, and I could have gotten another fighter backpack. Sad. Also running out of space in this inventory over here. Is this was meant to be an inventory for all of the heavier weapons than the 9mm stuff. I might need to move the shotguns back over here or something. Not yet, because I've not really had any reason to bother still. I was only just today starting to consider it, because I was ending up with enough spare stuff that I could potentially actually make a meaningful trade. Because a lot of the places were asking for things I wasn't picking up in fights because I didn't have the space to be picking up extraneous things that I didn't need for my survival. Now that we got a larger bag and we've got better situations happening, I probably will be starting to do trades. Which was part of why I was making sure to grab more of these armor boxes and gunsmith boxes and such, because I know there was a place that wanted those, and those are very easy to come by. Nice. It's good when it works out like that. I just haven't had anything line up that way. Hey, that's how it gotta be sometimes. You always need to be able to find a way out from under the rock they drop on you. Because boy do they drop a heavy rock on you sometimes. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with the 5-finger discount. I got 5 fingers and now that thing over there is free. And put away the expanding rounds, because one set of bursting rounds should be good enough. Sending you out with. We are starting to run out of Hydra pistols, so actually, just go out with the Galand, it'll be fine. Since the Galand reloads immediately. Yeah. And that's the other reason why I haven't been doing it at the very least on stream, because I feel like trading isn't going to be nearly as interesting as just going out fighting for people to watch. And I haven't encountered a need to trade. And we now have an extensive amount of inventory to craft things with, potentially, so we've got that going for us as well. What jobs are going on from any of you right now? You want an espionage job? I so wish they would label which planets these are on, though. You can start to memorize where these places are, but it wouldn't kill them to literally just put next to city what planet it's on, or even have it be on the list down there what planet this stupid job's on. Like, I'm not mad about it, but it's just like, this would be a tiny little quality of life thing that would help immensely. Is all you then have to do is just click through the stock exchange and you know everywhere you want to go. Instead of having to then go click through all the planets. And like, it's not even a complaint per se, it's just, it would be nicer if it was this way. Because I, for one, don't feel strongly enough about it to care to complain. But it's just worth noting. As if in some crazy world, one of the developers happens to be hearing this, they then get these thoughts. Because I have had developers for games come in before, just not very often, as you would expect. And yeah, organization could definitely be better. Like, I've done a lot by manually organizing, but some actual auto sorts would be incredible for speeding things along. But again, this is like a $15 game, and there's a lot in it. More than worth the rate they're charging, even with the could be better quality of life. Not gonna do any work for Tetziclan because what they give doesn't interest me. That disappears in 2 hours, so going there is pointless. We're already here. Oh, that mission literally just spawned. I was like, wait, there wasn't a mission there a second ago. I mean, you're the ones that just gave me just bursting rounds, and I've done a lot of work for you recently, so you're very happy with me. Come back to me when you have better things to offer, and I'll get back to you on that. I feel like people complaining about the crafting are complaining needlessly on that one. It's just a couple button presses, unless they mean the in-mission crafting. That could be cleaned up a little bit, but the starship crafting, that's fine. The times don't line up nicely most of the time, which isn't ideal, but again, you shouldn't be crafting so much to begin with. I'm sitting on piles of inventory right now without having crafted that much. All you have to do is actually just pay attention to what you're picking up. And if they find it tedious, play something else. Even multitask, play 2 things at the same time. Lord knows I've done that multiple times. Like there's things that are worth complaining about, and then there's things like that that I feel like are gonna distract the developers from working on things that are gonna be more important to making the game better.
They gave me a window to drive in. Your guidance has converged. You're looking good.
Displays are good too. Delta 5 charged.
Roger. In.
See, there you go. Multitasking. I don't know if I really want the Hunter RX badly enough to make it. But at the same time, I have piles of weapon parts now. But I'm more interested in spending the crafting resources and time making armor. This way we have spare suits of armor for everybody. Which is why I dragged back all of these armor kits and rags and threads. The Jeff Hammer did good work, so the next trip out I do, I'll see if I can remember to bring back wire. Yeah, you know what? We got a spot open. Go ahead and make one of those. Because we don't have one. We have one that's... I'm pretty sure the Bishop is better. I mean, it's comparable, honestly. Not really sure why it's showing accuracy. Oh, wait, yeah, it's probably showing accuracy 0% because there isn't a character selected at the moment. So we're not going to be able to get information on that. Yeah, the only thing I can't tell about the Hunter RX from this screen right now is how much ammo it can hold. Which is probably going to be less than the Bishop, if I had to hazard a guess. It's probably going to be 4. Because you have the Huntsman, which is 2. Then this one would be 4. This one's 6. And then there's one more that I think held 8 or 10. That I remember seeing. Now that we moved around a little bit, is there anything interesting happening that I'm actually going to be able to get to? 23 days, so I might be able to get to that. And do some work for SBN finally. So it's an espionage job. Give me something other than espionage! Okay, Daydream's got an elimination. But it's only got 8 days, so I might not be able to get there depending on where this is. Space prison. Oh, it's on the moon, is it? No, it isn't. Yeah, it's over there. We ain't making it there. Doesn't matter. Disregard. It's like you can filter a lot of these jobs out based on where they are. And that adds on to the filter of who are they for. It's like half these people there just is no reason to work for. That would be convenient, some kind of drone you can send down to pick things up for you. But it would also... In some ways, it would detract from the game in a weird way. Like, it wouldn't necessarily be a negative way, but there would definitely be people that would say that it takes away from the game. Oh yeah, forever hoarding. I exist in a constant state of hoarding. Look at this. Look at this mess. I have so much shit. This is why I'm like, I don't need to do anything. I can pick and choose and do what I wish. I need to do something about that guy. Ignore what I just said. It relates to someone else's area. But there's an issue that may need to be resolved. But I'll discuss that with them in the future. 'cause I still want to do something for Ancom just to see what these item chips they have are too. And again, decent odds on fighter backpacks, but they keep ending up having their jobs be places I can't get to in time. So I was doing the Mars Phobos Deimos loop. I mean, on the scale you're talking about, there's probably a few idle games you could play that would be like that, but yeah. There's not a ton of those out specifically with what you're talking about. But there's also things that would kind of be in between on that, like the Backpack Battles game, Backpack Hero, God of Weapons. You wouldn't necessarily combine them to get higher tier versions of them, but you could carry the ton of wooden swords you want and actually have them be useful. That's just like the closest tangential thing I can think of off the top of my head for that. Well, yeah, that's the other side of it, is it's going to be hard to find something that has both sides of it that you want. And I could jump back over there. Let's go back to Mars first, see what happens, and then we'll either jump back across or not, depending on if any useful jobs show up on this side.
Roger. Clock. You are go for the orbit.
DWR cutoff.
Didn't quite finish working on any of those.
Roger. In.
I assume most of these won't have changed because not enough time passed. Yeah. Okay, to hell with it. We're gonna go back over to Phobos right quick just to trigger at least the gun finishing being made. Actually, yeah, because even if I do a day in 8 hours, that's not gonna quite be enough. That's the one issue with the crafting, is the fact that you end up with situations like this where the times don't line up, so you end up having to do a bunch of back and forth for no good reason. And you could just pass time sitting in place, but that's also kind of worthless. Like, you can speed up time a bunch,
Confirm TWR cutoff.
which is what I was talking about with just multitasking. Just queue up stuff to make, walk away, go make dinner or something, come back and your stuff's done. Not like it's a major issue. This gives me... yeah, exactly what I thought. It's a 4-shot rifle. Interesting. It came with bullets. That's breakable. If you start making guns with very high capacities, unless their resource requirements are high, you can make more bullets than you could using gunpowder by just turning weapon parts into weapons and then taking the ammo out of them. Because if you can get the production chip for something that has, like, a... hell, get, for example's sake, the volcano. Unless the crafting requirements for it are really high, you could probably just make volcanoes, pull the batteries out of them, and stupidity ensues. Like, we can make Jeff hammers, and that'll give me 24 shotgun shells just for 2 weapon parts and a wire. As another example case, and I just accidentally disassembled that instead of taking the ammo out of it because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. It's fine, I wasn't using it anyway. Like, that's a very silly concept that just occurred to me with that. But I also don't know what their limitation on production chips are. Like, I don't know what productions are available. Is like turning 2 weapon parts into 4 rifle bullets isn't worth the exchange. See, I just don't like the shotguns that much. So that is a point. I keep forgetting I could disassemble bullets to get powder. Though the powder to bullet rate wasn't great. Wait, when did I get the recipe for 798? 79? I did not have that recipe before. When did I get that? Huh. Well, I have it now. That's the important part. I must have gotten it out of one of the chips I got recently and just I clicked through them quicker than I realized. Because I know I didn't have that at the start. Because I went looking for that. But what that means is I can disassemble some of the 9 mils and make 7.9 out of it. So I can start using the assault rifle and such more. That's a point. So I'm going to step away for one quick moment and be right back. Okay. Now back to business. Unload that. Honestly, there's a decent part of my mind that's like, I should just disassemble that since the bishop is better, but I can send somebody out with the Hunter RX if I want to use a 7.9 ammo weapon without worrying about losing something I'm particularly attached to as well. That or like the Liberator, because I like the Liberator, but of the choices here, it is the least valuable. Because theoretically, it'd be the easiest one to come by. Everybody's fighting the civil resistance. Ooh, this is where the espionage against Sunlight was, actually. I know I didn't want to do an espionage job again right now, but... Ooh, an SBN just came out with another option, too. That's a neat-looking pistol they got there with a chainsaw attached to it. So I think I should start working on getting their attitude up in order to acquire such things. So I guess this means back to the espionage meat grinder. Time to lose more people trying to find a thingy. Like, they've both actually survived at least one mission, so they're... Yeah, they've survived 2 missions each. So I should probably send one of these 2. Just to have better odds of actually succeeding. I think I'll use Marika again. I'm actually gonna go ahead and send you in with one of the Enigma guns, because they've been working out for you. You've got a decent health kit set up right now. Send you in with a couple of the blood bags just in case things really go south. Take the gunsmith box, because that's basically the same as a reload for the Enigma. I'm tempted to give them the grenade, but there's also so many ways that could go poorly. And you don't need as many of those antibiotics, just in case you lose them. I think that's good. The only thing I'm really going to be upset about losing out of all of this will be the fighter backpack and maybe the Pathfinder vest. But this is actually a good setup. And with how long espionage jobs tend to take, this might be last mission of the day. We'll see how it goes. See how long it takes and how poorly it ends up going. So I think we've been here before. I think this is another case if we went back to a place we were already. At least it's the same tile set. Wow. Gunsmith box right out the gate, huh? They want me to use this thing. Yeah, I would believe I was here before. This place is trashed. Enjoy your explosion. Only if there isn't a mission there. Missions can appear anywhere other than Earth, it seems, and even trade areas can end up being mission areas. At least that's seemed to be the case. May as well grab that ration. Speaking of guns that would be great to make and disassemble for bullets, this is a perfect case of what I was talking about. 52 rounds when you craft this. But I don't know what the crafting requirements for it would be. But instead of needing 52 powder to make the bullets, you would then just disassemble. Actually, you wouldn't even have to disassemble the gun. You could keep the gun and just also have the 52 bullets. But in theory, you could disassemble the gun to loop making the gun again. But you'd have to get very lucky to get all the resources back. It would be a time-consuming venture either way. But in theory, it would be a loop that you could just perpetuate. I don't want any of these, aside from the weapon parts and maybe the wire for the moment. Yee. I'll take this jacket with me for the moment. Both in case mine gets destroyed without me finding another armor thing, and so we can take it back, though. Since we can make armor now, it's not... Yeah, you know, that's a good point. We can make armor now. Not imperative to carry that. Glory armor is slightly better, but I'm not really fussed about it. Hey, a Jeff hammer. It's not the fancy one we just had, but it's still a Jeff hammer. Can't hurt to carry that in case of need. Right, because you don't actually take the mission evac, you would use the other one, I presume. But you have to actually find something that would override that. There we go. Pile of dead peoples. Yeah. I mean, I don't see a need still, but it would be a good way to continuously recur missions for somebody you want to get the specific stuff from. Now, here's an interesting question, though. If you redo a mission, does it actually change? Ooh, wow, I'm glad I have the extra health. Because that was very nearly very bad. Blood bag. Yep, I had no moves on that. No matter what I did, I lost that situation. That's why I hate those goddamn flamethrowers. Because here's the thing. If I moved, I died. If I healed, I died. If I tried to shoot him, I died. There's just no winning against those things. You have to have good fire resistance or you just lose. And even then, we had a decent amount of fire resist. But they had an angle to get that second gout of flame onto us, and it was over. About the only play I think I would have had is if I had something that gave me instant health. And even then, it would have been a crapshoot. I really think flamethrowers need to be rebalanced, because they have been instant death for everyone that's been on the wrong end of them. Yes, and the flame was already going to do 10 damage. So I would have just gained myself one turn only to lose it again. I would have needed either a medical kit or a Dr. Jones surgical kit to have a prayer of getting out of that situation. Because as soon as the fire damage ticks over, you would lose anything you gain from anything weaker than that. I went for the blood pack because it was the only option I had. Because that would have at least given me 10 regen. I was hoping the regen would kick before the fire damage did. Because at that point, it was just a matter of what order the effects kicked in. And, of course, fire damage goes first. I'm kind of mad about that, because, again, these flamethrowers are just kind of ridiculous. I think the only play I would have had to survive that in the first place would have been to back out of the room as soon as I realized he had a flamethrower. But even then, I don't think we would have been fast enough to get away from him before he burnt me. Either running or managing to kill him in one hit basically would have been my only plays there, I think. It's just not good. Like, I get that flamethrowers should be dangerous, but I feel like that's too strong. Every single encounter I've had with it has ended in instant death, except this one. This one I at least had a second to move. That's great, except for the fact that we had no way of opening that door without being in his range. The moment we opened the door was when we lost that fight. But we had no means of going any further in that area without opening that door. That's the problem. That's why flamethrowers are a problem. Because you can just open a door into one and lose. And again, that's how these games go. So I'm not that mad, but it's kind of stupid that no matter how well off you are, a flamethrower can just end your run. That basically means you almost have to carry some fairly strong heals. He wasn't that near the door, though. He was halfway into the room, because the flamethrower can cover that distance. I don't know if Sneak would have shown him, since he was halfway through the room. He was basically in the perfect position. I'm not saying there weren't ways around it, But my stance of the second that door was open, the game was over is still true. I feel like those need to have at least a little bit more of a workaround for them. Considering how much you can lose by losing the fight to those. Ah, yes, Goliath with his capacity to cover an entire room. Yes. This is why David fought Goliath outside. I know. That's why I'm being a smartass about it. But yeah, this is what I was talking about when I was speaking in terms of what I feel the strongest melee weapons are. By the way, this razor is probably one of my favorite melee weapons I've encountered so far. Good solid damage, very good accuracy, and it's got the same multi-hit that the machetes do. And I've noticed it's got a pretty good tendency to lop limbs off as well, which is always helpful. I'm just glad I haven't seen an enemy holding one of these yet, because that too is going to probably be an instant game over. Because they will fuck you up. Like, the Varangian axe is also pretty solidly good, and it has the throw. Lucky. I haven't seen a minigun yet. Just gotta hope you don't run into somebody else holding one, too. But I also knew that invariably the game was going to screw me somewhere along the way. Because, again, that's how this game works, is you have a run of good luck, and then the game kicks you in the nuts. That's just how it is. I'm just currently trying to decide if I want to go back in there with somebody I have any value of, or if I just want to send a sucker in there in case they sick another flamethrower on me. That's kind of why I stopped sending people of value, is I kept getting screwed by things that even a good character isn't going to survive. I have, like, a barrel going off that I didn't pay attention to or anything. I was spamming skills, again, till Screwjobbery started happening, and then they kind of started losing value to me a bit. Mostly, I'm just going in and getting out. Picking up whatever I can get my mitts on the way and getting out. I could spam skills, but let's be real. Most of them aren't going to save you against situations like that anyway. Like, for example, your dodge chance boost. That's very helpful against a lot of weapons. It's not going to save you if the room's on fire. Like, I think the only reason we survived that first impact of the flamethrower was immune response, the all-resist boost. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that kept us alive. And we had that pretty well leveled because we had gotten a lot of infections. But we had a situation where you just can't follow it up. And maybe I just didn't understand something. Maybe there's something I missed that would have been a solution to that problem. I'm willing to accept. Maybe there's something about the game I don't understand that makes flamethrowers significantly worse. Entirely possible. But, to current perspective, they fucking suck. Well, of course not. Yeah, it's natural to panic if you're on fire. The thing is, I went through all my options and I had none. No, I think I will send a fresh body in there, because I think I will get very, very frustrated if I lose another character right after one that had value. So we'll just clone Marika, send them in as a Spaceborne Ghost again, and give them a chance at redemption. That's why I was sitting on that screen for that long, as I was debating it back and forth in my head. Oh yeah, the other armor still didn't finish making. I was looking for the armor I was making, but it's not done yet. Actually, how long do I have on this job? 20 days. And this will be done... This will give me more fire resist in case that happens again. It's probably not going to be enough if it does end up happening again, but we can wait a day. With 20 days on that job, waiting a day ain't gonna change anything. Maybe Flamethrower Man will get bored or get transferred. I feel like time really isn't passing very fast when I do it this way. Even at this speed. There's the Brigance, though I won't replace Glory Armor with that. Okay, SBN switched to defense. So I might be able to get a defense job from them at some point as well. And defense jobs seem to pay out a lot if you can survive them. There we go. Go ahead and shift all of these over to where they belong. I really wish it would keep me on the tab I was on when I transfer things, so I could transfer them all quickly. There we go. And see, being able to just make things like this also takes some of the sting out of losing good characters, because that basically cost me nothing. I can just queue up 7 more of them, and it won't even matter right now. It's just the... It's, again, just a value loss. Because I did lose a good Enigma weapon. I lost a character who knew what they were doing, and actually had a couple of their skills leveled up. They had some extra health. But in the end, that's just how this works. Queue all that up, and let's try this again. Now able to properly kit them out to have slightly less odds of dying. I do hope I'll find a recipe for helmets and shoes before too much longer, so I can actually give them a full set. Maybe if I send you in with beef instead of chicken, better things will happen. Editor's note. No, he's not serious about that sentence. That's because that's the kind of crazy talk people start to believe, and I'm just like, no. It's like, and this is actually why I was annoyed about the fire situation, is I had this, I could have sent them in with this. I could have avoided that situation. But that's foresight, obviously no one's going to have. You won't know that that situation is going to exactly happen. But it does mean I should have been doing this from the start, making sure I send them out with first aid kits, since I was making them for that purpose. But that's why hindsight's a thing, is to kick you when you're down and remind you to do better. Probably should have sent them with the Varangian as well. Too late. Of course, there's just smuggler armor there right away, huh? That's fine, because we already had the glory suit, so it's not like that was the reason for the delay. Just means I'm going to be attentive about checking enemies again for a while, till I get complacent, and then I'm going to get set on fire again. It's a better idea on the whole. And against most weapons, that will work. Well, you got a better shot off than I expected now, didn't you? This is fine. It's like, it's things like that exact moment there that help make me get complacent. Because I just took an entire barrage from a nail gun just fine. It starts to give you this bad thought in your mind that you're invincible. And I know better, but sometimes that just gets in your head anyway. And then you step in bad and get destroyed. Because that's how the loop for these kind of things works, is they encourage you to get complacent. Oh, there's actual monsters here this time. That's gonna make things interesting. On the bright side, we have these guaranteed boxes where we're going to get more guns. Which is also why I wasn't worried about sending them in with actual firearms to speak of. Because I knew they'd find them. Wow, you moved quicker than I gave you credit for. Did I lose my foot or something? No, my knee's screwed up a bit, but that's fine. Yeah, I think complacency is the real issue at play on that incident we had. And I had commented on that multiple times before that happened, too. Like, I'm going to get screwed by being complacent at some point. And lo and behold, I got complacent anyway. This is why we get revenge. Turn around, we do it better. Let's be real, if I did that here, people would fall asleep. That's not to say I'm much more cautious even when I'm doing this in my own time. It's better to take your time like that, for sure. I'm just too impatient for my own good. Yeah. But like I said, even off camera, I am an impatient person by nature. So I tend to eventually start jumping the gun a little bit too much anyway. Because I'm sure you've seen the change back and forth. I've started out being very careful, cautious, and then as time goes on, I get real fly by the seat of my pants, and then that's when I die. Because that's just how it goes. Yeah. This also falls right into what I was talking about earlier about make sure you don't get attached to any of these characters because their lives could end at any moment. All the game has to do is just snap its fingers and out they go. Oh, there's a machete again. I do prefer that over the rough cleaver. The cleaver does more damage, but multi-attack is nice. Especially for people that aren't dedicated to melee accuracy. Like somebody that's especially melee accurate, sure, by all means use the axes because they'll probably do really good work. But for these people with like middling accuracy, it's probably just asking for trouble. There's no point in picking this up, but there's also no point in leaving it behind. And now I have a history of going off half prepared and then getting angry with myself about it later. But it's like, I know better than this, but I did it anyway. And it's going to just continue to be the way that that is. Much to some people's amusement and some people's chagrin. Specifically my own chagrin, frequently. But I've long since accepted this about myself. As much as my own actions may make me put my head on my desk now and then. Much like the actions of others. I don't slam my head into my desk anymore. That has happened. But that was me hitting it from underneath as I was trying to stand up. That's a whole different thing. And if you're wondering if I set that up with that sentence that way on purpose, that time, yes. Which is why there was a quick follow-up to it. Well, it's better than nothing. I already missed that fighter backpack. Oh well. There will be other fighter backpacks. Still not gonna let you get what you want there, buddy. Especially if you keep shooting me like that. Don't appreciate it. Not that he appreciated me shooting him, probably. You know, I've never been hurt by the pipes at all. Now that I think about it. They have never managed to do me any harm. I've been done in by the guys with knives. That's definitely happened. But I don't think I've ever actually sustained a real injury from the enemies that are running around with those bent pipes. I think they usually just die on sight. Speaking of dying on sight, glad this guy did, because this would have sucked to deal with. Last thing I needed after that casualty would be to lose a limb at an early part of a mission. That would just be sad. Our big problem right now is this gun's gonna start breaking real soon. Speaking of breaking, I lost... Yeah, there were 2 gunsmith boxes that I lost too. Well, you know. I do have weapon parts. Makes their condition start to suck, but these are replaceable. It's fine. This way at least it'll last a bit longer, until I can find a replacement. Speaking of replacement, there's a new Pathfinder vest. You know what I kind of wish they'd do, actually, now that I say some of those thoughts? I kind of wish you could get your stuff back from a mission. Like, it would just be laying in some part of a mission somewhere. That would be nice, but at the same time, corpse runs become a whole other thing. What he said. Like, I for one wouldn't be opposed to the concept of this game having corpse runs in it, but I could also see a whole different frustration welling up from that. Because you just end up with a very similar treadmill of, I got my stuff back, and I'm dead again. Well, I'm just gonna go this way. Conversely, I do actually like how they handled grenades in this game. Because grenades could have been this horrific situation where they just pitch a grenade at you and you lose. Is they go off too quickly. At least they are a thing you can respond to in this game. And this pistol being as good as it is the other reason why dying really doesn't matter that much. Is they give you one of these every time you die. So it's not really a major issue. I know I'm going on about this a lot, but I also don't really have anything else to talk about at the second. So I'm just pointing out both sides of that while I go through the motions of getting through here. Wait, yeah, there was man with bullets underneath exploding man. For all of the Hulks and such wandering around here, I would have figured this would have been a place that had Quasimorphosis going on. Eh. Fine by me, I don't really want to have to deal with that. There's that Dr. Jones kid again that I'm thinking about. There's a shotgun. I mean, it is good bacon. And there goes this pistol. This is why I like the heavy caliber pistols. Point, shoot, man dies. There's a satisfaction to that. I mean, the pistol is broken. I could fix it again, I think. But we'd continue getting deteriorating condition. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pitch all of that. Grab the tiger. It's a tiger. Yeah, the tiger is more accurate. Hit by a little bit. And doesn't the tiger... Yeah, the tiger has burst shot as well. In fact, the Crash Mod P actually fires less ammo per shot. Huh. Oh, wait, no. They're saying the higher number is red. If I switch it to burst, will it actually count? Yeah, there we go. Now it's accounting properly. Yeah, the Taiga is still better, though. So let's just pitch this. I don't need it taking up the extra space. The only advantage this has over the Taiga is it has more ammo capacity. And that is a good thing, but this will do the job just fine. This way we keep some inventory space in case we find something useful. Better shoes. Repair our armor in case the worst happens. And the good news is shotgun ammo is plentiful as well. I don't really need to worry about that too much. Read this for now. It's like I could have also opted out for the Galland, but I feel like the Taiga is going to do a better job for me. Out of all the shotguns, the Taiga's been the only one that has served me in a way I'm happy with. The only one I've fired at enemies and haven't felt like it shoots wet paper at things. Brigand armor. You know, that's actually a good room to have a shotgun for. Especially when they shoot their friends. You lucky son of a bitch. This is the one problem with any of these weapons, though. That ammo usage is rough. Like, I know I should be closing the gap a little bit tighter, but if I stepped forward, they were gonna unload on me instead. And I'd rather disrupt them with shots. Oh, that just had to be a flamethrower, didn't it? Just had to be another goddamn flamethrower. I have enough health to survive this right now, so die. Die for your sins. See, that was probably the best roll of getting hit by a flamethrower I've ever had. That one was survivable. Because we were at point blank range with it. They are still on fire, which is an issue. But I don't think I have anything that'll solve that. I can get my health back up, but that doesn't fix being on fire. There we go. Not on fire anymore. The room is becoming an issue. Because the room's a bit on fire. Let's get out of their line of sight. Up an antibiotic for that. And now we're good. There we go. I got me a problem solver. And the thing is, I don't use the flamethrowers myself because I have this constant concern that at some point I'm going to misclick with it and I'm going to set myself on fire. Is they don't have to worry about setting themselves on fire. Is if they do that and they die, they have legions of friends to carry on the fight for them. I don't have that advantage. I mean, technically I do, but not and actually carry on the exact same layout. What do you got that you're hiding around that corner with? Shotgun. How about not? How about we don't? Yeah, I think I kept avoiding certain companies because they were the ones that were most prolific with the use of flamethrowers and things as well. But I've since forgotten who was who as far as that goes. Why would you... You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know why there's shit on a shelf. It's none of my business. Now I find a weaponsmith kit, huh? Well, still good to have. What do you got? Gallant, okay. Every time I ask that question in my head, I just hear, a knife! Because of course we all always hear that. That's just ingrained in the internet as a whole at this point. Oh, Well, that wasn't something I wanted to sneak up on like that. Glad I didn't just swing without looking. Well, I could redeem the Hydra. There is another Hydra just sitting there. I would like to get out of here with the Redeemer, though. I don't have a Redeemer yet. I only have a Liberator. And this is the bigger, better Liberator. So that's another thing that I feel like ends up being the mentality with this kind of game, is very frequently I find in this genre in particular, similar to a couple other ones that we're not going to discuss right now, there ends up being the I have to use what's best, not what I like mentality, both between a self thing and it gets sent at other people as well. Like, you should be using this because it's better, rather than using what you like. And that's not necessarily a statement against the community. That's a statement of the way these are designed encourages that behavior. Because if you play suboptimally or anything like that, you run a much higher risk of losing everything. Give me a waste of ammo, but I don't want him setting that barrel off behind me. And this is a perfect example of what I was talking about. We have a hole open to outer space right now, and no one's dying. Oh, I'm so lucky right now. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I thought I was lucky for a second. I'm not. My arm's gone. I thought I had the machine gun out at the time. So I was like, oh, I still have the machine gun. Everything's fine. I'm probably not missing my other arm. And then I looked to my left and realized, well, it's a good thing I'm right-handed. Well, this is a familiar position to find myself in that I hate being in. Because this machine gun has basically been rendered almost useless. This is the accuracy drop. Like, I basically may as well fire its remaining bullets and then swap it out. Because the accuracy of every weapon is now awful. What am I supposed to be doing here? Right, it's an espionage job. The cursed job. Remember how I keep saying that I should stop doing espionage jobs because they always go poorly? Yeah, funny how that keeps happening, huh? I mean, I could get revenge, just grab the saw gun and send some saws back, but I also know better. I've cut my own arm off with those before. Because all it takes is one less than mindful shot, and a saw is coming back to ruin your own day. I'll give them one thing. At least they didn't make your reload slower when you are only using one arm. I appreciate that. Though this is just such a pissing contest right now that neither side is really gonna win anytime soon. Oh no, they're gonna die in a minute here. There we go. Is the problem with a shotgun fight like that is we both have good armor, and neither of us could close the gap is we kept shoving each other back. So we could never get good shots in. It was just a waste of everyone's ammunition. And I could have backed out of that situation, but we had these guys hanging around that I didn't want to back into. So I stuck it out and it worked out. I'm kind of confused why they didn't close the distance while that pissing contest was happening, though. That was a little strange to me. But that right there is also the general problem with shotguns in this game, is if you have any armor that's decent, more often than not, a lot of those low damage pellets are hitting the armor and just doing nothing. But I can't really swap weapons very effectively because I've only got one arm. I'd be pulling it out of my inventory constantly, which is not ideal. I'm gonna use the gunsmith kit to repair that. I know there's the other guy still, but he doesn't seem to be particularly interested in dealing with me. The Taiga away. Grab the Galland. Put the 9mm rounds down here. Because the Galland's an instant load gun. It's not the best, and it is going to take a while for me to hit anything. Because our accuracy with it is poop. Hey there, Squeak, how you doing? Hope all's well with you. As you can see, things here have been interesting. What with the single arm. There we go. It's a little bit bloody around here. Just a little bit bloody. Nice. Hopefully you had fun doing it. Honestly, going 2 hours is pretty good. I know many people that wouldn't have lasted that long. And I'm doing just fine. Tiring out a bit since we've been going for like 5 hours now, but definitely been fun. Excellent. All is as it should be. Yeah, that's par for the course around here. Bodies strewn everywhere, just a mess. Yeah.
Well, he's dead. Real shame. He will be missed.
None of these people will be missed. My armor will be missed. Really be useful right about now. And this guy just comes rolling out talking about profits. Because of course he will. He's a goddamn manager. Ow. This is just embarrassing. I haven't managed to kill them, and they still haven't killed the one-armed man sitting here just plinking tiny bullets away at them. I don't know how to feel about anything involved in this situation. At this rate, I feel like I should have just grabbed the machete and started walking angrily at people.
Kill them all.
That's the idea. The bullets aren't really there for this plan, but I'll make it work. It'd be great if you'd hit the guy in front of me there, game. Shooting over his shoulders. So, basically nothing has ammo, so fisticuffs it is. You missed me. Yeah, that went about as expected. I'm just gonna go now. Ow. Anyway, I'm just gonna go now.
Run away! Run away!
Not running far. I'm gonna go get the karma cannon. Come here, you. There's your lesson in pain. I know I'll tag myself with it a bit, but he's now having a real... What? It showed it hitting him, but apparently both saws did 0 damage. Fascinating. Okay, one of those bounces got him. It was overkill to throw that many over there, but some of them might have made it into the room, too. Where'd my machete go? I could reload this thing with saws, but I'd rather not hit myself any more than I already did. Nice. I'm glad you got all that sorted out. As you can see, things are going great here. I've got one arm, but I'm still winning my fights. Yeah, that checks out. My armor's falling apart. Just embrace my inner Jason. Walk slowly at them. Yeah, it's good to not have Spectrum, isn't it? Exactly. Walk softly, but carry a big stabber. What do we got in here? Hey, a Redeemer with bullets in it. I'll take that. Considering that this one here didn't go to the school of one-handed shooting. This came out a week ago? Something like that? Like, there was a free prologue version of it out for the longest time, but the actual full game, which this is, I think was like a week or so ago. Ow. Oof. Thank you, taste of blood. Just gonna get out of their line of sight for a second there. Oh, good. Good, I didn't need that side of my body at all. No, it's fine. I'm only using one half anyway. That does mean that that's my max health now. So that's not ideal. And they're just chilling in there with what I'm assuming is a nail gun. Because it's unlikely that that's an actual machine gun they're holding. But it's certainly doing the work of an actual machine gun. Let's just wait and see what happens. Now, you come out here. You come here. Yeah, that was a nail gun. Okay. We just got really unlucky. Because usually I can dodge those or take those like a champ. Not this time. Apparently my leg did not take that so well. There's what's left of my leg. So now every step I take, I lose a turn. And my accuracy's destroyed. Anyway, we didn't see that. Ooh, I do kind of want that. But at the same time, I don't have anywhere to put that. I could take the ammo from it for the Taiga, though. Like, I am scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point. Trying to hold this mission together. Which, at that rate, what the hell am I doing? You need every tool you can goddamn muster, you fool. Take this with you, too. Well, actually, at this point, now that it's unloaded, there's no point in taking it with me, but, well, it's in my pocket now. do you got? Pistol. Okay. I'm not super scared of you, but I should be considering my health is non-existent. I'm more scared of his invisible friend.
I'll be happy in the future when I get what I want.
Keep them occupied. That's what I hoped for. Back to the machete. Now the shotgun shells have been used up. Well, that's not great. Okay. Oh yeah, you know, I don't need my head at all. Everything's fine. Good God. This is going so poorly. Like, this is the worst this could possibly be going without me actually being dead. For anybody that wasn't here, by the way, the good news is we'll get our limbs back when we make it back to base. They can fix those. They just can't fix them here, as you might imagine. So this character won't be screwed for life. They're just, you know, might not get there in the first place. Because also, for those that don't know, unless I complete this task or find something especially valuable, we can't leave. Because this company don't give a damn. No, it's just a gallon and they might be out of ammo. Probably better off just walking it in. Come here, you. Yep, I think they are out of bullets. No, they had a bullet left. They're just stupid. Works for me. I think they were just confused at the angry, half-broken body hobbling towards them with a machete. Ooh. I don't need to be accurate if I'm setting everything on fire. I just need to not burn myself. At the rate I'm going, though, it ain't gonna be much of a difference. This is gonna go so badly. Like, this is how you can tell we're reaching desperation point, is I'm willing to grab incendiary rounds in a shotgun and be like, yeah, this is a good idea. Hey, he's just been hanging out here this whole time after all that went down, huh? What do you got? Oh, you've got a nail gun. Nope. Nope. You come out here to me. You go stew in that fire. Is the good thing about these incendiary rounds is they don't have to hit a target to set fires. So what you can do is set a fire and then shove them into it. Just wait patiently, let the fire calm down so I don't set myself on fire. I could grab the nail gun as well, but I have no space. Container was just lying to me. It's like, oh yeah, look at all these cool things on it. There's a knife. Sad. We're also slowed down so much that I need to find more food fast. I was carrying quite a bit of food, but we used all of it. Because we've been here so long. And thanks to the fact that we lose every other turn, it's also taking us a lot longer to get around that way, too. There's a Jeff hammer. That would be at least better than the Starlock, and it's got shells in it. So we'll go ahead and drop the Starlock for that. If I start starving, we're in trouble. There's not going to be food in here. I need to check the bodies for food. And water doesn't help. Why do none of you have food anymore? Food! This could totally be a trap, but I need it badly enough I don't care. I'm also the wrong class to be, like, actively eating people, or I just start eating the people that are on the ground. Yep, that's what I was afraid of with shooting around that corner. Well, that's the thing, is I was eating everything I came across during this whole mission, and I brought a full set of food. I was actually more prepared for food than I usually am. I'm just so screwed right now that this is going so badly. And now the room's on fire. And, yeah. That's a thing that's happening. Oh, yeah. That was like 6 missions ago at that point. Oh, we're in trouble. Is the fire happened to spread to the tile I stepped to trying to walk away from this fire. And the robot's still alive. So I think this might be how we die. Because that's 10 damage and I have no way to stop it. Medkit and pray? Well, I didn't die. Okay, I medkitted my way past my problems. I don't know if I actually needed to use them, but I felt better doing so. But I don't know what to do with this situation right now. Okay, this room is no longer on fire. We stay in here now. Oh, the robot could have got a good shot. But the door's shut. Yep. That was inevitable. We held on far longer than we had any right to, but that was inevitably over. This mission is cursed. This mission is goddamn cursed. I'm just pissing resources into a hole doing that. I have decided that mission is no longer worth attempting. So I'm just gonna keep throwing weapons into it and losing them. Were there good things in there? Oh, for sure. But there was a lot more bad in there than good. So, no. Washing my hands of that job. There comes a point where it ceases being worth it. And the payout from SBN would be good, but just not good enough.
Displays are good too. Delta 5 charged.
Roger. In.
Yeah, of course, that's the only job they're gonna have going for a while. But, like, the only big thing I would have gotten from them would have been that item chip anyway. The odds of getting these two were, like, ridiculously bad. Ooh, they've got another new gun. They still... these guys and their goddamn espionage jobs. Once the timer on this elapses, though, they should end up with a defense mission. And I might be able to swing that. Depending on where it is and what the opponent is. For now, I think we fly back towards Earth. Both to see if I can pawn some stuff off. No, I can't really pawn anything of value off. Not and get anything of value, I don't think. But this will pass a bunch of time, let our crafting finish, and reset the amount of missions. I know I said that was going to be the last job, but if I see a good one, I might take one more before we stop.
You are going for the orbit.
TWR cutoff. Confirm TWR cutoff.
Because I don't want to end on a failure, but at the same time, any other mission could end up being a failure too. Yeah. I mean, it's just tradition on Earth at this point. With the thought I had about getting ammo from weapons I made, though, there is the concept of just spam making these to have piles of ammo for each type. Because we have a pile of weapon parts right now, because weapon parts are shockingly easy to come by if you just sit there and dismantle weapons as you're passing. But at the same time, effort. Effort I can't be bothered to do at the moment. So let's see how the system map has changed. A lot of people want people dead around here, but by the time we get there from Earth, all of these will have gone away. Ditto here. Like, this is what constantly bugs me with Earth, is Mercury's apparently 15 days away. But that's because Earth is on this side of everything for some reason. Which that's another thing that keeps catching me with this. These planets don't move. Every time I've opened this map, all of these things are in the same alignment. The entire universe is just stuck in place. It doesn't move. It fucks with me so much. But because of where Earth is, it's stupidly far away from everything. But that's probably also why it's the only planet that's peaceful in this entire situation. There's fighting everywhere else. But I'm gonna have to move around a bit more in order to have anything viable happen, so I guess... Excuse me. Rather than going to Earth, I probably should have went to Mercury or something, since that's at least on the same side of this clusterfuckery. The only place we can reach from here conveniently is the moon. Which just has another espionage mission. No. We are leaving. Goodbye, planet Earth. So, you'll notice we spend a good third of that time orbiting the planet, probably looking for an exit window.
Confirm TWR cutoff.
Roger. In.
And this is when we didn't get grabbed by the planet's gravity and we flew into the sun. Grasshopper wants core wards, territory conquered. Texiclon wants espionage, they can fuck off. Grasshopper, what did you offer me? Turret, last chip, item chip. I mean, I don't care about Core Word, and Core Word is one of the lowest... Oh, wow, the Church of Revelation got dunked at some point. Apparently, they lost all their power. They're back at starting point. Yeah, you know what? We'll try this as our last mission, as a palate cleanser. We'll end our good fighter and just go tear through them, hopefully. I say knowing full well that it's not going to work nearly that well, but I can dream. And you don't really need any of this stuff. You already have a pack of first aid kits, so take those and put those down there. They don't need ammo because the electromagnetic guns don't use ammo. Take a couple of these blood bags with you as well. Off you go on Operation Pink Demon. Just go forth and kill. This will either help me feel better at the end of the session here, or I'm going to get very angry because I'm going to lose the only other good character I had left.
The sun will shine always.
This is actually a good mission to end on, because there's Quasimorph here, so people that haven't seen that will get to see that mechanic. You can tell it's there because the meter starts going up immediately. Which means this mission might get very interesting. And not necessarily in a good way. They're sleeping, so... Step in, shank, shank. Actually, put the machete in your pocket. So I really should bring a bunch of those home. Oh, good. Scanner's useless. Well, that's good news for everybody. For a second, I thought that was some kind of hand cannon, then I realized it was a pipe. I don't know why everybody's asleep, but I'm happy they are. Making my job very easy. Walking around slitting throats. Oh, you woke up. And now you don't. Yeah, those guys are awake. What do you got? Oh, you've got a flamethrower. Oh, no, 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 no. Like, you want to see me run from something in this game, it's gonna be those. I knew it was going too well. I knew they were gonna pull something on me. I knew it was a goddamn trap. Let's get you before anything stupid happens. Understandable. You have a good night, Squeak. Thank you for dropping in. Sleep well. Those emotes are great. I just realized we don't have any splints. Could have swore I brought splints. No, that's fine. We can find those. Is this a bad angle to fight the flamethrower? Keep trying to bait them to come out, but they want nothing to do with that idea. They know better. And as much as I respect that... Huh. I've never seen one of these before. I found a new gun. Any of you got anything crazy? Knife, shotgun, pistol. I am not scared of any of you. The shotgun's the closest to something scary in this bunch, and it's not a very good shotgun. I purposely stepped in a way that would put the bench to my back so that if they shoved me back with the shotgun, they would end up just pushing me into the desk. There's a chance they would have still pushed me in a weird direction because the game's done that before, but it was my best shot at being able to just stab them and be done with it. I'm hoping we can just ignore the flamethrower man room. If we could just not deal with him, I'll be so happy. Yeah, you know, we're just walking out in open space right now. Everything's fine. What do you got? Shotgun. This razor is my favorite weapon, 'cause it slices through everything. Does this scanner work? Nope. Oh, yeah, it's because our map doesn't work here. That's the problem. Take note of the fact that we're now up to 200 on this scale already, by the way. We're about to go to another phase of Quasimorphosis, which is going to raise the chances of things turning into monsters and make the monsters that they turn into even stronger. Yay! Flamethrower Man can become something worse. Yay! I don't think I have any other paths to take either. Is that the bad man? That's the bad man. Come on. Yes! Okay. Crisis averted. I have been quite clear about this before. A horror game will not make me nervous. Situations like this will make me nervous because there's actual stakes in terms of my time spent at play here. I'm also getting very hungry. And this is the one time where I really don't want to eat people because Quasimorphosis is going to be an issue. I sent them in with a... Oh, wait. Yeah. I still have the food. Never mind. Everything's fine. I was like, I sent them in with a full stack of food. Where'd it go? I was that focused on chainsaw problems. I mean, on flamethrower problems, rather. The chainsaw is an issue, too, but nowhere near as much. Such a satisfying slaughter happening here. Nothing I especially want. Num num num. I mean, I've been wiping through everybody here and ran in for my life again away from a flamethrower, so possibly? Like, the flamethrower didn't get a chance to spray fire, so there really wasn't anything too incredible that happened there. I just saw him and went, I had also explained the whole Quasimorphosis system, considering it was active here. And there's your example. He died and turned into a Quasimorph. There's now this thing. I'ma stab it too. Note the fact that I hit 6 times and it's still alive. It has 120 health. And apparently multiple stabbings from this razor haven't even hurt it. I'ma go. I'ma just go. I'm gonna pull out a bigger gun. Okay, that hurt him. Okay, so we figured that one out. Oh boy. They might just have like crazy cutting resistance, and piercing just does them in just fine. Actually, wait, no. If it was cutting resistance, I think those bullets are cutting as well. No, they are piercing. Okay. We were for a moment, yeah. Everything's fine now. It's been resolved. Everything's fine. Oh yeah, the bullets aren't in my bag, so they don't acknowledge them for reloading. There we go. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Quasimorphosis raid around here is getting scary, but it'll totally be fine. You got a chainsaw, and what's your friend got? He's got a machete, so I do have to watch out for him. But you need to go first. Well. You know, if it's just gonna hang out over there, maybe we can just be peaceful about this whole situation. Just leave him to just stare at walls over there. 'Cause it seems like we don't need to be over here, and as nice as that gunsmith kit would be, I'm not that interested. Just gonna... Hey, you know what? You have fun with him. You two just have a great time. Goodbye. Still can't check my map. I think we just leave. I think we go. I think it's time to be in a different floor now. Nah, I'm just gonna leave the Liberator behind. I don't need it. I already have Eclipse Blades. Wait, that's one you start with. Why would you have a class chip for a class you start with? I mean, I guess I'll carry it in case I end up with space and I can vend that away, but if I find anything good, it's gonna be the first thing to go. Yep, that's what I was trying to avoid by not doing auto fire. Thankfully, I didn't go up in flames like they did, so everything's fine. We just need to not be where that fire is. Hang on, eating noodles. Now I can deal with you. And Nope is a very strong strategy in this game. I've not been using it as much as I should, but you can close and lock doors at will, so you really should be using it more than I do. You'll come back with bullet wounds. Does that count as success? Wow, I just cannot hit that guy. And he's got a saw blade gun. Speaking of people I'm gonna run for my life from. I hate it here. Hold that thought. Thankfully, those things are slow. So this thing's basically broke. Just throw that away. Okay, the electromagnetic gun can hurt it. Okay, I'm not as scared of them now. I was worried because the damage that the Vibroblade has was higher than the damage the electromagnetic gun had, but it is still piercing as opposed to cutting. So I guess it is just a matter of they are very, very cutting resistant then. Yeah, I'm just not that concerned about that is the thing. I've not had any need for selling things, as we've discussed before. It's money for sure, but eh. And look, that was another flamethrower. That could have been a disaster. Like, that's the only thing that makes me not be as vehemently against flamethrowers even being in the game as I was when I was initially angry about that whole situation, is the fact that you can still get lucky and they just don't pay attention. And you can get in there and kill them before they're a problem. That's a better rifle. Load that. Just like, nope, you just go in the bin now, goodbye. Because this is more accurate, but this is higher damage, and right now, damage is what we need. The character has a decent inherent accuracy. And the ammo capacity will be handy. So, for the second, I could just carry both of them. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. The other option is just walk up next to an exploding barrel without paying attention to it. I've definitely done that one before. You walk up next to it, somebody else shoot it, boom! Up in fireworks you go, never to be seen again. ABD. I haven't seen one of these yet either. Faithful slave of the major Quasimorphs of Chartat Malkatum, ready to serve as masters in war. Okay, he doesn't have cut or pierce resist particularly, so stab it? Oh, right, he's still phased out because it's turn 1 for him. He didn't move. Because that's the thing with those, is they're not really on our plane until they move once. Okay, not scared of those. I've definitely caused that to happen. I have not had that specific thing happen to me yet. Speaking of exploding barrels... before that becomes a problem... Speaking of problems... It's a pity they don't fight amongst themselves much. Oh, I hate it here. This is why you shouldn't let the Quasimorphosis get this out of hand, but unfortunately it is raising at a fast rate, so it's a problem. Okay, it just seems to try to headbutt me, so that's not that bad. I am running out of shots with the electromagnetic guns, though. So hopefully this guy had one? Nope, he just had a stupid pipe. Stupid robots with their stupid pipes. Nope. Nope. Hate it here. Nope. Nope. Not falling for it. No. Refuse. Of course, this also means I don't dare use my blood bags at all either. So it's natural health regen or nothing. Aside from using our medkits, of course. Which I don't need the instant healing right now, so I'm not going to use them. Well, yeah, they won't really fight each other, but they will friendly fire. I've not actually seen them return fire before. But then again, most of the time, whenever I've seen friendly fire like that, I usually follow it up by killing the one that got hit by the friendly fire, because they're very easy to kill at that point. So that's probably just my inner opportunist kicking in on that. Hey, Magus. We're just at the tail end of things here, trying to at least get one more successful mission before I stopped for the day. And, you know, that's been happening. At this rate, give me the rifle. I'm gonna need it. Another one down. Steal their food some more. But how you doing, Magus? Nice. It is definitely Friday tomorrow. It's a concept that kind of loses meaning when you're working for yourself. But I'm always happy for the people that I know that are still on regular schedules and Friday comes up for them. Now, eat that candy bar now. That was just a pipe in there. But I assume it's been a long week. No, I can imagine. You've got nail gun. You need to go. The hell's a Malak? Oh, it's a mini Ferris. Okay. Joyous day. There's just monsters everywhere now. Oh, you're a fast little bugger, too. Thankfully, you can be cut, so that's fine. Thank you for the gifted sub to Jack, there, Magus. Much appreciated. Wait. Did any of those... Yes! Idle. Nom. That lowers the Quasimorphosis by 600. Things are infinitely less bad now. Ooh. As I was realizing, I needed to find one of those Quasimorphs that left a body in order to grab potentially some idols. But unfortunately, there hasn't been any that have left a body behind. All the ones we've seen recently phase out of existence when they die. But this will lower our problems significantly for a little while. The rate I'm going, I'm going to break my razor. I think 99 might be a bit much. Some things definitely could do with, like, going up to 20 that are at 5 right now. But 99 would be absurdity. Unless they have it, like, be 99 in the ship's inventory and, like, lower stacks on your person, I could get behind that. But if things stack to 99, I'd just be walking around with 99 splints, 99 bandages, and it would just... Inventory management and survival requirements would kind of fly out the window at that point. It would be insanity. Yeah, exactly. That would make sense. I would be behind that 100%. Hey, look, another assault rifle. May as well just put that one in my hands instead of the other one, because this one's loaded. Ooh, Pathfinder vest. I do already have one, but another one would be nice. Like, even if they just, like, add quality of life options, like you choose whether you enact, like, things like higher stack size and such, just have them be modifiers when you start a run or something. That would make everybody happy, I think. This way, the people that want the lower stack sizes for things to be difficult can have them, and those that just want convenience can have that too. Everybody wins. Nobody has to be mad. People will still be mad, but nobody has to be mad. That guy needed to die immediately. The Abdul I'm not worried about. The Malak will be upon me in a second, so let's go ahead and back up. There we go. Switch that back to single fire before I forget. That you walk up on me, and then you die. I'm just keeping an eye out for any of them dropping idols or anything. Because if we could get rid of the Quasimorphosis here altogether, even if it's only temporary, I'd be very happy. Honestly, this has more value to me because has practical value. It's a good game. It's brutal, and it will try to kill you very quickly. The cutter is very good. You just have to be very careful where you use it and where you fire it. But yeah, as long as you're prepared to lose a bunch of characters and lose equipment, this game's fine. If you will get upset by losing equipment, don't play this game. You will have a bad time. That's the bottom line to this. Like, I went into this understanding that I was going to be losing equipment left and right. Which is why I prepared as much as I could to avoid doing so. But this is definitely one of those roguelikes where loss is a fact of life. I could definitely see that happening. I was very aggravated for a moment there after the flamethrower incident, as we all saw. Let's get those barrels off of there. This wound is so annoying. Deep wounds are always going to be kind of aggravating, because they last so long. Yeah, sometimes you just need to take a break from this, for sure. I would say they do like a mission or two at a time if people are playing in their off time. This way, no matter how it goes, you have a good cool off and you don't feel like you're stepping away from it because something bad happened. You just like do it in pairs. It also helps keep you from getting onto that high roller mentality of things are going great, nothing can go wrong, and then you get the complacency stab. I would say that's probably a healthy way to play a game like this. Would be to do it in sets like that, rather than sit down and like mashing through it like I've been doing. It's a good thing the map at least works on this level. Okay, so I just have the elevator basically, and that room that I'm heading towards now. Yeah, I was afraid that that... Why did I even shoot at that? I forgot that it has that turn of phasing. So I just wasted 4 rounds of ammo like a fool. It's fine. I also wasted the ammo shooting at close range because I knew that wasn't gonna hit anyway. It's fine. You know what isn't fine? That. But maybe one of them will drop an idol and I'll be able to push the numbers back down. Yeah, I thought I saw that. God, so much ammo burning. Yes, there we go. Deal with that first, now I'll deal with the robot. So I don't think robots can turn into Quasimorphs anyway. But I did that specifically just to make sure if it was gonna turn, it couldn't. Okay, I desperately need to find a way to repair this sword, though, or we're gonna be having trouble. Because this sword's been carrying us to victory. And I could switch to the machete. Machete's almost as good. But repairing the sword would be better. In fact, after we dispose of you, I might be able to dismantle one of these into something I can fix it with. I guess I dismantled only the handle successfully? There's a blade. It'll lower the max condition on that, but for right now, I need this fixed. And I don't know if the max condition reduction is permanent. I've never actually held on to something long enough to find out. This better Hydra would be nice to have. Yeah, that's also the one problem with the Razor, is its condition is lower than the machete. He just straight up. Because, you know, it's basically not quite a katana, and those always have slight issues. I would like to get out of here with both the rifles. That's the only reason I'm still holding both of them. So yeah, I think it is going to be trade the machete for this, now that I fixed the sword a bit, which means I may as well break this down. Yeah, no such luck. That might come back to bite me later, but it'll be okay. Worst case, we just rely on gun or find something laying around. Oh, there we go. Ta-da! Magic! And that gave it back its max condition as well, so everything is fine. I should have saved that till I damaged it more, but no space. Because remember, the Quasimorphs do have their benefits. They actually drop interesting pseudo-magic thingies that will help you deal with problems. It's just a pity more of them weren't leaving behind corpses that I could disassemble for more of their weird magic things. Nail gun. 9mm bullets. I do have a 9mm weapon on me right now, but that's not enough ammo to be worth trying to make space for. But for now, I can creep around and just stab people with impunity again. Is they shouldn't turn into monsters. There's a 0% eco-lapse chance right now. So they straight up won't turn into monsters. And yeah, destroy 50% of the defenders. Oh, I just realized it actually tells me that I cleared these floors. There's 19 people here, and there's a 4th floor. Okay. I didn't realize it gave you that much information. I think I never waited on that screen long enough. Okay, that's just a shotgun. I saw a big weapon in the hands of a worker, and the workers are usually the ones that have flamethrowers and saw guns, so I got scared.
happy in the future when I get what I want.
Well, anybody would be happy if they got what they want. Also, I'm gonna get what I want, which is you dead. Shit. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. It mostly set their friends on fire. That actually was probably the ideal results for that flamethrower. We're just gonna be over here for a moment now. You know what I just said about ideal results? That wasn't. Whatever that was that just came out of there. Oh, it's just an ABD. That's fine.
Flawless victory.
Yeah, plus or minus the burns, yeah, mostly. We walked out of that just fine. Any crash you can walk away from. You got a chainsaw. Okay. Come here, you. The fact that that room had a nail gun and a flamethrower in it and nothing bad happened to me is incredible. Like, I would factor that as nothing short of miraculous that nothing terrible happened to us out of that whole exchange. Like, we got burned for sure, but we easily could have just straight up died to that flamethrower. And I'm filing it under the game took pity on me for getting caught up with another flamethrower after the last one. So it's like, you know what? We're gonna give you a gimme this time and not burn you to a crisp. So you stop being mad at our game and hopefully keep playing. I have concerns about why there's just a foot here. And, well, there's a hand here, so you know what? Never mind, it balances out. Oh, of course. That's how you get rid of it. Just don't offend anybody in the process. And I would be grateful if you did, Vegas, but you don't have to. You know that. The climbing is happening. Thanks to me actually getting an invite to be on Blue Sky, we've been getting a lot more attention lately, which has been very helpful. Which, Blue Sky as a platform has been nicer than Twitter, but it's definitely a thing. To be fair, Steam discussions kind of have turned into a toxic hellhole. Not far off from, like, League of Legends forums. I'm just gonna say that because, honestly, that is what I've witnessed anytime I've opened the Steam discussions. It's a hotbed of stupidity. Oh, it definitely can be comedic sometimes, because people say the most ignorant things in there. But a lot of the time, I just get a headache if I read it for too long, because I'm just like, how can people be this way? And then I just close it and feel better about everything. I'm glad those two didn't pay any attention at all. This is in better shape, so I'll take that. I miss my fighter backpack. I miss my extra row of space. Burnt to a crisp. Gone forever. Till we find another one. There's some more ammo. Unload the 1 bullet you've got in you. Unload your 9 bullets. Yeah. Some of them voluntarily put it in unpleasant places, and they've definitely ended up getting real upset about it, even though they did it to themselves. And that's the last I'm going to say on that topic. No idol from that one. Oh well. That. You didn't have anything to steal. I'm assuming... I feel like by now we would have defeated 50% of the defenders. Because we've cleared 3 out of 4 floors. Unless somehow they crammed 3 floors worth of people on the 4th floor. Something about these numbers don't add up. Like, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. I've definitely seen a lot in one room before, but I still feel like that doesn't make sense. I don't know what the RGD-20 is, but it's a production ship, so I'm going to take it. Fine. I want that chip badly enough that I'll just go ahead and use that. Oh, hey, there's a jammer on this floor. Go ahead and break that. Yep, back to Quasimorphs. That just shows you how unconcerned about that robot I was. I was shooting through him at the other thing that I was infinitely more concerned about. Give me one quick second. There we go. Putting wheels in motion to deal with a problem. Oh, this is upsetting. These things are getting prevalent enough that this is becoming a problem. Also, I think I shot a new enemy type without realizing it. Oh, there we go. that takes care of that and that. Oh, no, that wasn't a new enemy type. I thought I saw something about a Cosmos thing or something, but I might have hovered over something weird that mid-forest spawn or something and got confused. Oh, this is a broken door. Well. Jammer first. Shoot you.
The sun will shine always.
Why are you yelling in your sleep? Glad I didn't go in there, because that room just exploded. Anyway, I wanted to compare these. Yeah, this loses fire resist altogether. That's a no. To think, there was a period where I was foregoing fire resist in favor of bullet protection because bullets were the bigger problem. You know, as your problems change, so too do your thoughts on damage resistance. That's just how that goes. You really would think they would hear their friend being slit right next to them. Just walking down the line. Dunk, 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 dunk. It's almost sad. If I didn't find it as amusing as I did, it would definitely be sad. There we go, I've killed enough people. This one's just for fun. That was a cathartic explosion, I'm not gonna lie. Chucked a couple people into the void. Wiped out a bunch of them. It feels good. But let's learn our lesson from prior attempts and not get greedy, especially with the Quasimorphoses potentially getting back up into high numbers. Let's just get out of here before anything particularly bad happens, shall we? Thank you for illustrating my point. Check to make sure it didn't drop an idol. Nope. I'm not even sure the ABDs can. I'm gonna guess the other guy bled out, and we're just gonna leave. Forgot to hit the button. Get me out of here. Okay, we get to end on a success. Hooray! Let's see what we get. Grenade, sentry gun, canned food, medkit. Not a bad haul. Not what I wanted. I think, once again, they gave me everything but what I wanted. That was... Hey, that was Grasshopper. Yeah, I got the 5% drop, but not the 5% drop that I wanted. Of course, that's how that played out. You're gonna have to find a much younger or crazier person than I for that idea, my friend. So there are plenty of VODs to watch over on the VOD channel. You just won't be able to watch this 24/7. Let me see if I've got any good places for us to go, and then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. Well, yeah. Because it's not your suffering at that point when things go wrong. That just makes nothing but sense. I've definitely watched many games I would never play myself because they would make me want to throw my computer out a window. Oh, let's see. Got a couple good options here. They've been very nice recently, so I do want to send them a raid. They'd also be the one who would guaranteed know what I'm talking about, so you know what? We'll go with that. This will be a new person for most of you, probably all of you actually, Katharina Game. I met her on Blue Sky a few days back. I think it was actually like a week or so back at this point. But every interaction I've had with her has been good. She hopped in here earlier today, in fact. For a little while. So, we'll go ahead and pass some support and good fortune along to them now that we are done. Get that timer started. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Even though I kind of got agitated a couple times and I wasn't entirely happy with how angry I got at one point there, but that's neither here nor there. We don't need to worry about that. Tomorrow might be the other half of Extermination, rather. I keep calling it Extinction because there's two games with very similar titles and they cross in my brain sometimes. Because they're both mediocre copies of something else. But again, neither here nor there. If that doesn't happen tomorrow, that'll be Saturday. I will have another costume for my PNG there up and ready to go by tomorrow. I already have it mostly done. Those of you that have seen my posts on Twitter or Blue Sky will have seen it already, but anyone who hasn't seen that will get a surprise tomorrow, most likely. But with that, be good to Kath, she's good people, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night.